y'all doing? How's it going, everybody? What's up, YouTube? DJ, please stop the beat. We are come to you guys on a very... It's going crazy in this world. I don't know how else I can explain it. When I first heard the story, you know, I didn't know what to think. 5 black officers, police people in Memphis. Memphis, what is going on? What type of spiritual stuff, warfare y'all going out in Memphis? Well, anyway, rest in peace to Tyre. He is this African-American, young, innocent man that you see with the cap and the hoodie. They pulled him over. They yanked him out the car. Those 5 black kings that you see on the screen. You see them on the thing. You see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those 5, and they say it was some more. They had the video footage of these men putting paws and unalive that black man. They put paws on him so bad they unalived him. You know, all he heard from the last seconds of his life being called so many names, getting degraded by the police. This is the group of people that's supposed to protect you. This is a group of people that's supposed to have justice. This is a group of people that the world is supposed to look up to as great, outstanding citizens in America. You know, if the top tier people that's supposed to do just is not doing right, where do we go from here? If the top tier people, the people at the top, our leaders, is not doing right, our leaders is putting paws on us, our leaders is causing us to be alive, how can we trust? How can we have hope for a better tomorrow? Huh? How? We supposed to be able to call them and feel safe, you know? Shit, now people are afraid to call them because, hey, they may take you out. They may unalive you. And they come in droves. And this is just out of order. And that's why I do have the phone lines open. You know, if you guys want to call and get in on this, I think you all should. Now, the title reads on my screen that people... Well, another black king is blaming black women for Tyre being unalive. Oh, yes. On a national platform, we have a black king. I'm going to put him up here in a minute. They call him Jason. He got on Fox News and said that the black women... It's the reason why. It's the reason for the season. It is the reason why this Tyre is gone and unalive. The reason why those 5 black cops did what they did, because they was raised by black single women, he say. Yeah, that's what he say. On a national platform on Fox News. And what did this do? What does it do when a black man get on a platform, a group of people in America, millions and billions of people, that may not interact with African American people, so they don't know what's going on? Of course, they're going to take his word from it. They say, well, he black. He know how these folks are. He know how they are, you know, so he's telling the truth. And he is poisoning the mind of so many people. White America. They getting white America to look at black women as you are the enemy. You are the reason for the demise. You have so much power, so much attitude. All aims is going towards black women. Yeah, during this tragedy. You would think that black brother would come together. Nah. He said to us, the white America, he said, white America, I just want to let you know, white America, the reason why these 5 cops did this to this black man, white America, is because of these black single mothers. They raised these black men to be emotional, and they sign up to be cops. And that's why you see a lot of black on black crime. That's why you see a lot of black men taking out black men, because they all are raised by single black mothers. And that was the message that he sent to white America. And of course they're going to eat it up. They don't know nothing else. It's just like this. If you don't know no Indians, right? And I had an Indian speaker come over here and speak, and they told us what goes on in India. I don't know no damn India. I don't speak Indian. So hell, I'm going to take their word from it, because they Indian. They know their own people. Same for any Chinese or Russian people. We have a Russian or Chinese person come and talk to us about Chinese and Indian motherfucker. We going to believe it because we don't know nothing else. You know, a lot of people that look at that news outlet work, they don't associate with people of color, black people. They stay in their own damn circle, you know? So, you know, woo, woo, woo. And I just wonder why. And we do have an artist she came up for, and this is the only person I seen that spoke about this, and this was Sierra. And I want to put on here to see what Sierra said. And I'm going to play the audio in a minute. Just give me 1 second. You guys see, this is Sierra. She is a wife. She's married to Russell. It says, as a black man, to get on national TV and say something like this is irresponsible. Come on now. It's more than irresponsible. It's reckless. You are putting a target on black women back, and it's outrageous. This is a time where y'all supposed to be coming together. And in other words, you steady having a divide. You steady wanting war. You know, it's more than irresponsible. That is a slap on the wrist. Irresponsible. He's sitting up here laughing. But you know what? Let me calm down. Okay, it says a lot of amazing kids have come from single mothers. For you to also undermine single black women in the midst of this tragedy is so sad. This woman just lost her son. Do better. Girl, he don't care. He gonna put out you twerking and talk about how much a hoochie you is. That's what he gonna do. He don't care. See, you gotta meet them where they at. You know, they ruthless over there. You gotta be more ruthless. Well, see, maybe you shouldn't be more ruthless. That's just how I be thinking, you know? And maybe I'm wrong from thinking that. I don't know. So I'm gonna play this guy. Here we go. This is Fox News. And they call him Jason. He got on national TV and said what he said. And I want y'all to listen to this.
Story about young black men and their inability to treat each other in a humane way. Everybody involved in this on the street level was either 24 to 32 years old. Everybody. It was a group of young black men, 5-on-1. Looked like gang violence to me. It looked like what young black men do when they're supervised by a single black woman. And that's what they got going on in the Memphis Police Department. They've elected some or put some black woman in charge of the police force. This is a story about young black men and their inability to treat each other in a humane way. Everybody involved in this on the street level was either 24 to 32 years old. Everybody. It was a group of young black men, 5-on-1. Looked like gang violence to me. It looked like what young black men do when they're supervised by a single black woman. And that's what they got going on in the Memphis Police Department. They've elected some or put some black woman in charge of the police.
You hear that? A black woman, black woman, black woman, black woman, black woman, black. That's all they're pointing out, black woman, because they don't want to take accountability for the police. They don't want to take accountability for the sheriff of the police and the police department and how the environment that police have caused to be irresponsible and reckless and taking people unalive. You know? He's shifting the blame on black women. That is the scapegoat. And Tucker, he just sit his behind up there and listen like and making them strange ass faces. You know, he know what he's doing too. It's all playing, all by design. And we need y'all to call in and let us know how y'all really feel about this. How about that? People are saying, well, so all them white people that went up on January the 6th to the Capitol, Well, all they raised by single women. You already know what the deal is. You already know. So I'm going to look in the comment section. You know what I'm saying? I want to read off for you guys. And like I said, the phone lines are open. Feel free to call in and share your piece on this because we need your voice to be heard. You understand? I'm looking, blaming a black woman and crazy. Well, that's what they do. Are y'all surprised? Comment, let us know. Press 1 if you are surprised. Sorry, cough. Press 2 if you are not surprised. I want to know, how do y'all feel? I'm not surprised because if you look at the history, they have been telling the world that black women is the issue. Black women are the more aggressive. Let's put black women back so they have a need for a black man, you know? So that's what they plan on doing. They're going to paint up a story where black women just seem like, hey, they just need to be set back a little. You know, and allow the black men to run their part of the city so black women can depend on them and you can create a family with the black men and leadership in the home. Because the reason why everything is failing because these are single black mamas. You know, that's what they're saying. So we do have a phone call. Come on now. Call in, y'all. We want to get these phone lines lined up. We have a lot to talk about.
This is a story
I was
about...
over at my girlfriend's channel. Shout out to Yandy. I love me some Yandy. That's my sister in my head, y'all. I don't know if you guys know Yandy, but she's on YouTube. Okay, let me see if I can find her YouTube channel. Okay, where is... you know what? I'm just going to play the video. Okay, here we go. Real Talk with Yandy. Please go follow this black sister. Real Talk with Yandy. So I'm going to play some of Real Talk with Yandy. She has some people on her video, and I would love to click on it if she don't mind. All right, let's play.
Let other people ask them for me because I'm just lost.
An internal police investigation concluding the officers violated department policies, including excessive use of force, duty to intervene, and duty to render aid.
I'll give you a synopsis on the report. So cops...
Okay, not him. I really didn't want to see him. I wanted to see that black girl that she had on there. Here we go.
How do you tell black people that Black Lives Matter? Tyre Nichols was brutally beaten and unalived by 5 Memphis police officers this month. In what was said to be originally a traffic stop that then turned into a chase, the police caught him, pulled him over, and apparently he went into custody. But he never made it to jail because they unalived him before he got there. Beat him so bad that he went into cardiac arrest and his kidneys failed. His parents said that he was unrecognizable. The family had to demand for the Memphis Police Department to release the video. And then when they actually saw it, they said it was worse than George Floyd. So bad that they're telling Memphis to prepare for protests and businesses to get destruction insurance. Beat him so bad that 10 days after he was unalived, the Memphis Police Department did not put these individuals on paid administrative leave. They actually terminated them. If they were palm-colored officers, they probably would be on administrative leave. But that just goes to show you how when you are a black individual, race is always against you. Even when you think that badge is going to protect you. These individuals look like Tyre, like his brother, like his cousin, like an uncle. And yet, instead of being my brother's keeper, instead they beat him like they found him in the backwoods of Tennessee and it's 1938. I hate to say it, but I've not really seen a lot of black men talk about this issue. I will say I've seen some, but it's like because they're going to prosecute black men for unaliving a black man, y'all don't want to touch it. Where's the level of accountability that you want your fellow black man to have in this situation? This would be the really good time for you all to be the leaders that you so say you want to be or are in our community. This would be a really good time to put your passports down and get on the picket line. Because I've seen way more non-black people talk about this than actual black men. Boils down to the fact that black men just literally want to hold the same power that white men have and be able to get away with what white men get away with. Black men are okay with everybody fighting for their honor in the streets because they're not going to get the fuck up and do it. Y'all literally give yourselves a hernia and heartburn trying to defend a black man who actually does belong in jail. Prayers to the Nichols family. I hope every single one of those cops rot under the jail. Black men, do fucking better.
All right. Well, that was her
would be on
message.
administrative leave.
That was her message. So we're going to take some phone calls. Feel free to call in. We need y'all to weigh in on this. Calling from 901. You're live on the air.
Hey, what's up, GG?
Hey, what's going on?
I'm actually calling from the Memphis area. That video that you just played kind of really spoke on what I really wanted to say. Like basically, like it's like I know it's like when a white man kill a black person, you see a whole lot going on. I feel like us as black people, we need to be to hold them more accountable because like the lady was just saying. That's like looking at their brother. That's like looking at their cousin, you know. And like I said, I'm from Memphis. I done heard a couple of police officers say that the reason was that Tyreek's supposed to have been messing with one of the officer wives.
Hold on. What?
Yeah.
Hold up, girl. Hold on. You going too fast. Hold on, baby. Hold on, baby. You know, you just dropped a bombshell. I gotta let this marinate, y'all. Let it marinate. So you mean to tell me that this was personal, and they unalived him because you said that Tyre was fooling around with one of their wives? Which one is it?
The main one who was doing the main one who was doing the beat. The main one. I can't think of his name off the top, but this came from two known MPDs. It said two different MPD officers that said this.
Now, that is no excuse for him doing what he did anyway, you know? If somebody is cheating on your wife or messing around with your wife, then you need to get a divorce because clearly she's not loyal and you can't trust her. Go ahead. What you say?
Well, he could have dealt with his wife instead. And for them to, my thing is for them to be able to pull him over 3 minutes from his home, like you could tell that was premeditated. You see what I'm saying? Like why do it take all of y'all to follow him just to pull him over, saying he was reckless driving or whatnot, or what y'all was saying? It could have been like the other officers who mouth it came out. It could have been true. He a police officer. He could have looked at that man information up, looked up where he stayed, anything, tag numbers or anything, and followed that man 3 minutes before he got to his house, and they, you know, did that illegal traffic stop, because that's what it was. So we really just trying to see if it's premeditated or was it a heat in the moment, but I feel like it was premeditated.
Now, did all the other officers know about this or what?
Now I'm not, like I said, I didn't take that oath. I don't know that part, but how it looked like they all was together. I feel like that's an oath you take when they together. They all ride together, and that's how all police officers is. You might have one at the bunch there to stand up, and you can hear one on the video saying, "Y'all know it's recording. Y'all know it's recording," saying this, but he's still kicking them in the head, and he still ain't trying to stop nothing.
Girl, it's almost like Shaquilla all over again with this recording, and we seeing people getting taken out, and they know they're recording. They don't care y'all recording. They still gonna unalive you, you know.
And only reason they even went to the cameras, because a lady camera on her house caught everything from somebody's house. The camera on the lady's house caught everything.
So you trying to say they would have kept this hidden?
Yep, I feel like they would have kept it hidden if I'm gonna be honest. But Memphis always hold their officers accountable. Because I worked at Regional 1 Hospital in 2015, and we had an officer to come through to get killed. And I worked in the trauma area, critical area. And at the time, he was like the head officer of the force, Tony Armstrong. He used to be on First 48. And when they asked him what to do with his property, And Tony Armstrong said treat him just like a regular person. He ain't nobody special, you know. So they always hold their people accountable, you know. So like
Well,
said, Gigi, it's sad.
I appreciate that. Okay, so I'm going to let this meditate and talk about it a little bit. I appreciate you dropping that bomb. Now, Christian, Sister Christian in the comments section, she said these cops were a part of a gang called the Scorpion Unit. What type of stuff is this? The Scorpion Unit. She said it was a gang. We just had a caller tell us the reason. The reason why they did this. And she said it was personal. Now, she don't have receipts on this being true, but she said this is what she heard. Other people say this is what they heard, but we don't know. And they are saying that one of these cops, one of the 5, he has a wife. And I guess he found out that Tyre was fooling around with one of his wife, so he purposely planned on doing this to this man. And if they're a gang and a unit, you know they tell each other everything. So they already knew what was up. They already knew it was going down. And, you know, it just caught Tyre off guard. He said, man, I ain't do nothing. Come on now. Come on now. Oh, my God. And did Tyre know? Did Tyre know this was the husband? I wonder, do y'all think he knew? Now, this is what I heard. I don't know if it's true or not. They said they pulled Tyre over the first time, and then I guess he drove off, and they caught back up with him. Is that true? Did Tyre drive out the first time when they pulled him over? If that is true, I believe he knew. Oh, shit. Uh-oh. That's that wife. That's the wife husband. Nah, get me to safety. And that's probably why he flew again. You know? And like I said, this is what coming from these callers. You know what, Swerve, it's not about spreading rumors, but it's about listening to what the callers, the people in Memphis are saying. And just having that open door that if that is the case, then that could be possible. Because nobody knows. So what you want us to take the word from the cops? So if the cop came out and said something, hell, everything is a rumor until proven, everything is a rumor until proven otherwise. You know, this is the gossip show. That's what we talk about. I'm going to look in the comment section and fill the room. Jason Warlock interview. He blamed us. Yeah, he blamed black women. I told you that. Tyre was complying, and they still put pause on him. That was, well, and I got to ask y'all a question. Do you think this was personal? Press 4 if you think this was personal. Press 8 if you feel like this is just regular cops and this is just what they're due. And like I said, I just had a caller from Memphis to say that one of the cops had a wife and Tyre was messing around with his wife, and that's why they pulled him over and unalived him. And that is no reason. That is no reason to unalive nobody because they was messing with your wife. Boy, this, Nah. Yeah, it feel very personal, don't it? Girl. And then the whole putting pause on somebody and recording it. Didn't we just talk about this with the Shanquella? Girl, let's continue on. You know, feel free to call in and weigh in on this, y'all. Calling from 312, you're live from the air.
Oh, hey, Gigi girl.
Hey, baby, how you doing?
I'm so happy. I love you. Okay, so first of all, Jason, wide body, no neck, receding hairline, diabetes, high blood pressure driven, Uncle
This is
Russ's
a story
ass.
about.
No, damn well he need to keep black women name out of his mouth, okay? Gigi, why anytime something bad happens, it's always black women's fault? Like, I know we the mother of civilization, but damn, we ain't got control over what these Canes is out here doing in these streets. Okay, so all I gotta say is, first of all, do y'all notice how there is no accountability when it comes to anything that these kangs are out here doing? Like, it is literally no accountability for anything. That Kang, that Uncle Ruckus Kang, he said on live TV that this not only was, so if it's a gang, okay, if the police officers in question, if they are gang members, then what did that got to do with with a single mother sheriff or commissioner? I'm sorry, I messed up what her title is, but what do she got to do with them? They have been trained. They took an oath. They're the ones who applied to the job. They are the ones who should be held accountable. And do y'all notice how he completely infantilized those grown ass kangs? Okay, so how you gonna say on one hand it's single mother's fault, then on the other hand they're a gang and the black family is to blame because of single mothers, and then turn around and say their age is 24 to 30, 32 or 35 or whatever he said. That is a grown age. After 21 and technically after age 18, where you could be drafted to go off to the army, you are considered a grown adult in this here country. So you turn around and saying these is young black men, these young kangs need direction. Clearly they had enough direction and sense to go get a job as a police officer and patrol the streets. Okay, so I'm just tired of black women being blamed for everything. This is an embarrassment. And as somebody who has traveled and lived abroad, these stereotypes and these reckless statements 100% affect black women who travel and live abroad, because I myself have been stereotyped. Because I am an African-American woman, I myself have been generalized, and people have said off-the-wall things to me because of American television and news. So these type of statements can be dangerous to us when we travel, and it should be taken seriously. And he needs to be off the air as soon as possible, because this was absolutely terrible and disgusting with his wide body ass getting on TV saying that. Thank you, Gigi. I love you.
I love you too. All right, we're going to let her go. Well, you heard what she said. Feel free to call in. I don't know if you guys are just getting in here. I will replay it again. This African-American man, they call him wide back. This wide back nigga got on the white media networks to tell everybody the 5 cops that put pause or unalive that African-American man, Tyre. The reason why it was the cause of black women. Black single women is the cause of this. He was implying that the cop officers must be raised by black single mothers, and they're so emotional as a black single mom, it rubs off on these men that are black, and they're so over emotional, they can't be logical people in the world. So he said it was a black woman that hired black men that was raised by black single women, you see. And see, that is the number one problem in America, is the black single woman. Because they're raising these kangs to be over emotional, and they taking out each other, and they becoming a menace to society. So that was the picture that he was painting to white America, and white America ate it up. White America did not want to make the police accountable. So they was looking for a scapegoat, and a black woman being a scapegoat, oh, they love it. So they eating it up, okay? And that's what people are talking about. Sierra then came out, and she made her statement. I will read it again. She says, as a black man to get on national TV and say something like this is irresponsible. A lot of amazing kids have come from single mothers. For you to also undermine single black women in the midst of this tragedy is so sad. This woman just lost her son. Do better. So I'm going to play this.
About young black men and their inability to treat each other in a humane way. Everybody involved in this on the street level was either 24 to 32 years old. Everybody. It was a group of young black men, 5-on-1. Looked like gang violence to me. It looked like what young black men do when they're supervised by a single black woman. And that's what they got going on in the Memphis Police Department. They've elected some or put some black woman in charge of the police force. This is a story about young black men and their inability to treat each other in a humane way. Everybody involved in this on the street level was either 24 to 32 years old. Everybody. It was a group of young black men, 5-on-1.
Hello, calling
like
from
gang violence to me.
757. You're live
it
from the
like
air.
What young black men do when they're
Yes, Gigi, I'm calling tonight because I'm just disturbed at the fact that this man, this Whitlock, wide-back man would talk about. Can you hear me, Gigi?
Yes, I can. I'm just listening. Go
Okay,
ahead.
perfect. Thank you, man. So Wideback had all this information to say about black women, but how do we become baby mamas? Baby mothers do not happen by themselves. So there had to have been some Dusty somewhere who got these women pregnant, so he claimed, and made them baby mamas. And then I also read on Instagram that he said that along with the baby mama thing, that black preachers need to have a talk with black baby mamas and help get these black baby mamas under control. So I just think this man is totally out of line. He's a scumbag, and he needs to have a conversation with who? The men who helped make black women baby mamas, because it didn't happen by themselves. And I think it's just ridiculous to even talk like that. And I haven't heard a lot of men. I've listened to some podcasts, and I have not heard a lot of men go for the black men who did this. They won't even call the men black. They keep saying that they are cops. They are. It's about the blue. They won't even say that this is a black thing. The black men who did this gave America the ticket, the go. What is it on the lottery game when you put it on go? They gave them the pass on go and do whatever you want to black people based on what they did. When I watched that video footage, Gigi, I cried because I could not believe. Well, I can believe it, but you know what I'm saying? It's like, how dare you? How dare you violate a black man like that and let the entire world see that? Because it made me think, what did they do to homeless people? Because you know that people don't know what they do to them. And when Tyre looked those officers in their eyes, he looked at them like, man, you're in on this too? It's just disturbing. The entire ordeal now has flipped to another woman. Now they're trying to say Tyre was messing with one of the men's wives. Now, whether he was or not, I don't know. I wasn't there. But the whole idea is now we're putting it on a woman again. Whether she's doing whatever she's doing or did whatever she did, divorce the lady, because they took a man's life, 5 of them. And yes, they are young. Yes, they are dusty, but they have set the blueprint. One thing that's good about this, Gigi, is that we have the blueprint now for arrest, okay? So if they can arrest them within 2 weeks, and it took those officers who did that to George Floyd almost a year or however long it was, it felt like a year. If it wasn't a year, we have the blueprint now. You do it, you're going to jail. Benjamin Crump has been all over Attorney Crump, and I am so proud about it. But this baby mama thing with this wide body, look like he hasn't had a black woman ever, and that sounds like what he's upset about. Nobody wants that nerdy-looking mess. He's unintelligent speaking that way, and especially against the black race. We need a code of conduct because the code of conduct is off. Everything that has happened for the past 2 weeks with Tyre shows that the code of conduct in the black community does not exist, and we need somebody to do something about it. I just wanted to share.
Well, I thank you too, and I'm glad you did share. And people in the comments section are weighing in, and you're right. They're blaming a black woman again, or I don't know if she black or not. But somebody said none of the cops were married. So can you guys confirm any of the cops married or not? Can you confirm? Because,
But you
you
know
know, people
what?
can just lie and put stuff in the atmosphere to bring on
Exactly.
chaos and confusion. But go ahead.
And Gigi, you know, and one thing about it is these are gangsters, because that's how they were talking, like gangsters. So I'm gonna bust you in your and he hit me in my face. Now Tyre got some licks in. I don't know who gave the licks, but the cops were tore up, honey. They had bumps and bruises, and their knees were aching. I mean, they were complaining like crazy. I said, now you did all of that to the one person. He's over there laying on the ground, you know, making a couple moans and groans. But I don't know who got the licks in. Pray to God, Tyre got some licks in. But those cops were torn up, honey, and they were out of breath and out of shape. And then here's the last part I'm going to say. Women, you have to be careful what you name your children. If you feel like you have a good husband and you want to give your child your husband's name and he go off into the world and do some dumb mess like this, now your husband's name is associated with that foolishness, not just the last name, the first name. Because one of the guys was a junior, another one is the third. So now their whole family have to deal with this mess. But see, they don't think about that. They were in the heat of the moment, being bullies, cussing, acting like little kids on the playground. They were thugs. They were just relentlessly evil. It was trifling. It was disgusting. And the young lady, I don't know whether she's white or black, but it's the fact that they keep throwing women in their mess. Honey, we're on vacations, chilling with our friends, doing our homework if we're in college, going on shopping, preparing for the night, and all black men want to do, not all, but some, want to get online and just talk about us as if we just rule the world. If we rule the world, give me the crown, because I'll take it. Give me the crown. But they need to back up off of us and stop blaming every single thing that happens in this country on us. Where are the passport bros? They need to be standing up for the brothers. Where's the manosphere? I don't see them. Have you heard from them, Gigi? Have you heard about the passport?
Nope. And
the
they said they
manosphere
ain't speaking on it
standing up for
either.
these
They
cops?
said they not speaking on it either.
See? But it's just a shame. But this mess right here has not only affected Tyre's mother and father, it also affects those 5 cops. So that's 10 parents, whether their parents are alive or dead, 10 additional parents who are walking around who got to hold their head in shame because they knew their child was crazy from the get-go. Because the mess they did tonight is not something that they have not practiced before. Everybody knows somebody that's cuckoo crazy, and they are a ticking time bomb. This was not their first time losing it like that, because all 5 of them kept going and holding that guy down. One dude kicked that man's head like it was a football. A football. You know how you put the football on the thing and you kick it like the quarterback? I don't really know what it's called. But Gigi, they tore the man up. And I've been upset about it all day. We need a code of conduct for black people. It's just out of control. They have set the tickets out for the entire world to see. You can treat black people like this because we don't care either. But it's so ironic that the ones who did the damage for the past 2 weeks are black men, but we're the worst ones. It's had to push us in there some kind of way with the single mother stuff. But they need to cut it out, because you cannot become a single mother by yourself, even if you adopt a child. Somehow there was a single mother situation in that too. So you cannot blame everything on a mother or a woman because she didn't do it by herself. You got to have a man to have a baby, and you got to have a woman to have one too. So stop it.
Yeah, and can I just add to some of what you were saying? Do you notice how, depending on the audience they're talking to, they change the excuse? Like, I believe if Jason was over here, you know what he would tell me? Well, white people take out white people too. But see, he couldn't tell that to white America. He couldn't use that excuse. He couldn't say, well, white America, y'all white cops take out white cops too. Y'all do the same thing. Y'all ain't no different. They would have cut his ass out. They ain't gonna have that over there. So he felt like he couldn't take up for the black people because they ain't gonna have that either. But go ahead.
And and see, this is the thing too. Tucker Carlson, I don't particularly care for him, but I'm just saying, Tucker Carlson had that confused look because he was like, come on now. You know white people already believe in the black on black crime. So to try to blame it on black women, Tucker was like, this man is just reaching. That's what that look was. His face was just saying he is reaching. He's trying to find an excuse. There isn't even a black woman on the show. We're not even talking about black women. And you want to pull black single mothers into this foolery. Nobody's falling for it, but I don't like it.
I don't know, sister. I disagree with you because certain groups, they know it's a lot and they will still push the agenda if it's going to help them towards their gain. So, Jason know what he's doing. He's going to be a boy for them. He's going to do they're doing. So, yeah. They already knew what he was going to say before he got on the thing. This all a setup. They know.
But what I'm saying is nobody even cares about why this is black on black. They don't care. They don't even care where the cause came from. They don't care. Had it been, a white doing it to a black, oh, yeah, they listen to some sympathy stuff. But that mess he was talking, they were like, okay, well, thank you for coming on. No one cares because it's what? Black on black. And he could get on there and say that foolery knowing it wasn't true, and they don't even care because none of the men are standing up about it. It's just sad and it's just a shame. But I just wanted to share tonight that, these men, we can't even call them cops. They are uniform wearers. That's all it was. And that scorpion mess, I looked it up. It meant the letters stand for something, the S, the C, and the O. I think somewhere in there it says caring. I think the C stands for caring and making sure they have some type of neighborhood. Really? Each of the letters in Scorpion stands for something. I know somebody in the chat will probably look it up at some point and share what it is. But the meaning of what that name Scorpion is, they did the opposite. They did the total opposite. And I would really hate to see what they would do to homeless people, someone that's out there on the street that can't even defend themselves and no one's around to record what's happening. So, Gigi, it's just really sad. I cried yesterday. It really bothered me. But I think, like I said at the beginning, we need a code of conduct because it has gotten out of control with the way people are allowing black men to just talk about us, how they are just conducting themselves, and it's just getting out of control. We're not even thinking about them. I know I'm not. Anyway, thank you.
All right. Well, I thank you so much, baby. We're going to let her go. You guys, the number is up here. Please call in. We need to hear your voices, and we need these likes up. We need to let the people know that we want to talk about these topics more, and these topics need to be talked about online. So please like this video. Do y'all think that we need to talk more about this than Krishan Rock and Blueface? Then come on now, support this video by liking the like and subscribe and join this channel. But let's go into our next caller. Calling from 561. You're live on the air. 561. Can you turn the radio off? Hey, how's it going?
Okay, yeah. I'm good. Yes, ma'am, let me turn this down. Okay. Well, 2 points. The first one was I think it's personal. When I looked at everything, how people didn't even come out of their houses, it happened in a residential area. And he was very familiar with those officers. He knew them. And the way the guy just jerked him out of that car, when he's like, bitch, nigga, you pulled him out of the car, I was like, okay, this is personal. That's when I knew it was personal. But on to the other topic, and I don't know what I don't know if it could have been a drug deal went bad, anything. It could be anything. But it's definitely personal. And then all are aware of each other. The second thing with the women, it's got to come to an end because once upon a time it was, when you were raised in the church, the women, even in the Bible, it say the women was to teach the children at home while the man go out and do what he got to do to provide for the family. So 99% of the time, the woman always raised the child anyways and pretty much, gave structure to the child anyways. So how all of a sudden, even if and the man was not really home a lot because he worked a lot, so it was like how all of a sudden now that that the man completely just left the scene and she got to do the providing as well as the teaching, that somewhere she fell short. If everything is just blamed on her, and they got to stop that because that doesn't even make sense.
Okay, we having some people lost in translation of what you're saying. We want to know what's going on. What exactly are you saying?
So pretty much what I'm saying is you can't blame. When are the men going to take responsibility for their
They're
own
not.
actions?
They're not. They're gonna blame you.
Yeah.
And why
Yeah,
not?
of course.
You're not gonna stand up and say nothing. Have you seen a black spokeswoman come out and say something about Jason? No. So
Nope.
of course he's gonna keep doing what the bullies do. They're gonna keep bullying. You know, in order to stop
Right.
any bully, you have to stand up. You have to shame this bully. You have to let this wide back know where he stands and where he is. You got to stand up.
Right.
Or otherwise, they're going to keep on talking about your name. And that's just on that period. And you got to have a I don't care attitude. I don't care if every time I talk, you talk about, well, dang, the black woman always complaining. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. So what? That's what it takes to have change. That's what it takes to get people to stop talking about me. They're going to think twice when they want to talk stuff about me. They're going to, you know what? I don't want these problems. You know why? Because they're going to drag it. They're going to talk about it. You know, you got to let people know where you stand. Or else they're going to keep on messing with. This is America. This is a cold, cold world. But I appreciate you for calling. We're going to let you go. So let's go on to the next caller. And how y'all doing in the comment section. And I thank you guys for commenting. Keep the comments going because I will keep my eye on it. If you don't understand what a person is saying or you feel like they're on for too long, please let us know in the comment section so we can keep the ball rolling. All right, so calling from 252, you're live from the air. 252, are you there? 252. Okay, I don't know if you want me to sing a song. All right, so 252, we're going to let you go. 252 is sleeping. Calling from 111, you're live from the air.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, I just want to clear some things up from what I've heard other callers say. Tyre was not fighting back. He was defenseless the whole entire time. It's on video. He was not fighting back. When the officers in one of the last clips, the last video, were walking around limping, oh, he did this, he did that, one of them tried to say that he even tried to grab their gun, which was a lie. That was an act because now other officers outside of them were arriving. I remember there was indeed a white officer there. So they were putting on an act. He did not hit, swing on anybody. He was attacked and unfortunately M-word. I'm not sure if I can say the word. He's no longer here. So please stop putting out false narratives. He did not hit or swing back at all. They were bullies. They were thugs. They were talking like thugs. And they were looking for a mark, and unfortunately, it was him. I also would like to say that the man, and was not a drug dealer. If they had that kind of information, you better believe that they would have released that to the public ASAP. He was not a drug dealer. Why put out that misinformation? Then the last point, it was not personal. They were looking for action. They were looking to have some sort of altercation to beat somebody to a pulp. So if anyone doesn't understand the way this society works when it comes to black people, you don't want to give the narrative. You don't want to give a narrative that is wrong and put that out there so the media can run with it. Why not just look at the facts for what it is? It was not personal. It wasn't any of that. People were in their homes. They didn't know what was going on. He was screaming for mom. She couldn't even hear him.
It's just a lot of disturbing misinformation. Now he was a drug dealer. This is, I don't understand. Why put that dangerous narrative out there? I don't get it. I really don't. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I thank you for calling and getting it straightened
Exactly. I'm
out.
sorry. Someone put in there. I knew he was a skater when I heard him speak. They were looking for an easy target and easy victim. He was a skater, not a drug dealer, a skater. When he's like, what's going on? You could tell in how he talks. So why put that narrative out there? Don't you understand, since it's all of this black talk, don't you understand that the media will sit up and listen to what kind of spin you put on it, and then will try to run with that narrative? You don't understand that? Oh, okay. Go ahead. I'm talking. Go ahead.
Girl, you are powerful. I can feel your presence. You are powerful, and you are speaking the truth. And
they were thugs. They were thugs. They were talking like thugs, and I can almost guarantee, based on their behavior, they had a long history with them. That's not their first time. But the woman actually said, listen, the caller, not the last one, because I already addressed her, but the one, oh, yeah, he was getting them good. He was getting them good. Where? How? Oh, because the officers, the attackers, the predators put on an act. Oh, yeah, my knee messed up. Oh man, my back, man. He tried to grab my gun, man. Oh, my goodness, man. That was an act. New white cop had just walked on the scene. They were covering their tracks. That's what happened. But go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm reading the comments.
Nah, girl. You feeling it. You in the moment.
This is beyond sick. This is important. This is why it's important. I don't even want to talk down to people, to implement critical thinking skills and see things for what it is. Because I sat up and looked at, I don't know if I should have looked at the video, because it does something to you. It has an effect on your emotions and your mind. But when you look at something, look at it for what it is. Those were predators. Oh, well, he must have did something. They pulled him out the car. The man didn't even understand what was going on. He didn't even understand. They were just like eeny, meeny, miny, mo. They were looking for action. But go back and look at the last video. White cop then on the scene. They're doing all of this extreme exaggeration and acting. Oh, man, he did this and he did that. When? Where? So when people sit up and talk about black this and black that, a code of conduct, can you get on a code of conduct and stick to the facts instead of dirtying up the character of an innocent human being who is no longer here, who was beaten to death? Can we stay on code and just simply look at facts? Not what we think it is, not how it's supposed to be, or what we are assuming. Now they made the skater a drug dealer. They even said on the video, is there anything in the car? They were looking for something to demonize his character. You mean to tell me you're black in this country and you don't understand what they do? They look to dirty up your character to justify your demise. They just sat on this panel and did that themselves. Oh, well, I think he had drugs. Oh, he was fighting back. Why would you say that? He was fighting back where? When? That's the mentality that has us all at risk. They'll dirty up your character even when you're not here anymore. It's real out here. Can you be responsible? Just pretend to be intelligent, please, or say nothing, because the media feeds off of that. That could have been anybody. Then the way they were acting, I know they probably hate women, black women. Hello? I'm sorry. Oh, my God, I lost it. Go ahead.
Nah, girl, you on the road. Don't you ever stop.
I'm sorry. Like, this is.
Don't be sorry.
How could you be black in 2023 and don't understand the name of the game that is played right in front of you? They tried to dirty up Trayvon Martin. They dirty up and here go the black women themselves. Yeah, I think he was dealing drugs. Oh, he was fighting them because they was all messed up. That was an act. What is wrong with your intelligence or lack thereof? It was an act to cover their tracks. They gagged when the man when the man, because he was so little, you can't. It's like, I guess with him being as small as he was, it's like you think of like a child, but he was a man, grown man. Oh my God! Like, I don't understand it. This is embarrassing. This is what is. Why not stay on code and shut your mouth if you don't truly understand society and the way it works? That's the real code. Keep your mouth closed, because this is pure guilt. But you're going to try to give them a way out. This is pure guilt. It could have been anybody. And them type of dudes, you listen to their rhetoric on YouTube all the time. Anyway, I'm reading the chat. I'm sorry. You can go ahead.
What are your thoughts about Jason?
Which was that? The black guy I see that you played earlier.
The guy
on
that was on Fox News that said the reason why this is happening because of black single women.
He didn't say it
black
the right
single
way,
mothers.
But I get what he's saying.
I'm sorry.
Did he literally say black single mothers? You want me to be honest?
Yeah, he said black single mothers.
I can see it, but he probably didn't word it correctly. But I can see it, and I know what he's talking about as a black woman. See, I'm not on the down low for black dysfunction in any way, shape, or form.
Okay, well, let's hear
it. Hold on a second. I can clearly, he probably didn't word it correctly. He didn't word it correctly, but at the end of the day, I'm a black woman, and I have no guilt on me. I have no guilt on me. I have a clear conscience. I'm not covering for anything. So I don't participate in the dysfunction and tyranny in any way, shape, or form. So that doesn't mean nothing to me. So he probably, in my opinion, I've seen a little bit of what he said. He probably didn't word it correctly, but I understand where he's coming from. We're all looking at the same thing, and it's like, I'm not trying to be disrespectful to you, Gigi.
Well, just
the rhetoric of, oh, they're blaming black women for this and blame. Was he talking about? Because I seen where he was talking about the police chief. Is that it?
No, he said that the reason why these black men are doing this because they're emotional and they've been raised by single black women.
They're full of rage because they wasn't raised right. That was rage. That was demonic rage. Would you agree?
I would believe that it was some type of demonic rage, but it has nothing to do with just being raised by single black moms.
Demonic rage.
I've seen fathers put paws on their wives in front of their kids, and I've seen their sons follow suit behind their emotional, outrageous
Someone just
father.
called me. Can I please defend myself if that's okay with you, Gigi? Someone just called me a mammy. Impossible. See, I'm not, like I said, I'm not on the down low for the dysfunctional black man's behavior or the dysfunctional black woman's behavior. I'm not on the down low with any of it. I'm not a participant. I study. Do you? I studied all of this tyranny and dysfunction. You put it in my face, I'm going to pick it apart. So I know the secrets. I know the real deal. Something was wrong with those dudes, and it wasn't a white man on site. So the people need to sit up and look at that. They beat him to death. Do you know how much it takes to beat somebody to death? There was a part of the video where they stood him up in handcuffs just to keep beating him. Now, I got to be a mammy for what? What makes a mammy? I would love to know. Because I'm acknowledging what they did was wrong. Don't be mad at me because I understand the full story.
I
again,
think they were talking more about you agreeing with Jason, about your siding with Jason.
I'm agreeing. I'm a grown woman. And see, that's the thing. Nobody can have an opinion anymore. Just because a woman is a mother, does that mean she's a good mother? Question. Just because a black woman is a mother, does that mean she's good? There's a before and an after, all cause and effect. Just because a woman gives birth, does that mean, so now we just give passes?
Well, that's not the case, just like Sierra. I'm going to read what Sierra said. Sierra said this: as a black man, to get on national TV, white America, and say something like this is irresponsible. A lot of amazing
he
kids.
worded it wrong. Go ahead.
A lot
Go ahead.
of amazing kids have come from single mothers. For you to
And a lot of kids have come from, in the average, a lot of people who have come from single mothers are not well and are not doing well. That is a fact. That is a fact. There's a lot of black people walking around that came from single mother homes. They came from two-parent households. The people are dysfunctional. And I'm sorry, everybody can see it. Black woman, black man, everybody, the whole world can see the same thing. Yeah, there are a few, but the masses walking around are in spiritual and psychological distress. The topics you talk about on here is a reflection of the dysfunction that people were raised with. I'm not saying, once again, I guess I'll be a mammy. I guess I'll be a mammy because you're not going to sit here and lump righteous black women like myself in the same category with Bonquinetta and the dirt that she got on her hands and what she allows to happen to her children and what we all know goes down in these households. That is a fact. Now, it may not look good. The main man may have worded it wrong, but that is a fact. I'm to the point where I'm like, okay, the black man has walked off from his family. He's not there. Well, go ahead. If this is the kind of job the average black woman is doing nowadays, and this has been the case for generations, you can walk off too. You can walk off too. You're doing us no favors. Well, we here, we raising our kids. And this is the kind of job you're doing by the masses, then let us go in peace. You can walk off too. Let us fade based on righteousness. If this is, we got to hold on to the mothers, no matter how toxic, evil, jealous, sabotaging they may be. We got to hold on to these mothers because they all we got. Well, let us go in peace. We don't need to be here then. We are motherless and fatherless race then. Let us go in peace. Let us go extinct because this shit is embarrassing. I'm sorry.
Yeah, okay. So,
I meant every word of it. I meant every word of it.
I would.
We gotta sit up and lie on behalf of, as nasty as a lot of these women are, can we please keep it real? I can't identify. I have nothing in common with them. But I know what's typical and common for the masses. They're large in numbers. But the people hate truth. That's why they sat up here, and so what was clearly seen on tape, they sat here on the same panel and said that man, Tyre, was fighting, was a drug dealer, and the situation was personal. Like a predator, if a predator targets you out the clear blue, then it must have been personal, because that's exactly what it was. It was a random, messed up situation. We just heard, so truth and the people don't go hand in hand. Because they just came up with 3 dangerous narratives so that these cops could end up walking for the heinous disturbing act that they've done. That could have been anybody. They were thugs. And I'd rather be a clown.
Do you think that we should protest? What are your thoughts on protesting?
Protest for what? When has protesting ever done? Protest for what? No justice, no peace. I don't understand that. What's done is done. I don't understand that. I really don't. Me personally, I don't get it.
So what do you want your black community to do moving forward?
I got to sit here and lie and say there's a community? Ma'am, I'm on a whole nother mental space.
Well, tell us, because we don't know. So you feel like it's no black community?
No. Community where? Community, what? Just because we all live in a place, do we govern that? Do we actually run it? No, because it's sabotage from within. Because of the things I just was talking about. There's a bunch of dysfunctional people amongst the people free to roam. So nothing has gotten done. So that's the reason why action-reaction, when you have those who sit up and get into a position of authority, they're not used to it. They're so not used to it, they're on the power trip and beat a man to death. That's what happens when you don't run your own and you're not accustomed to authority and running a stable household, block, neighborhood. That's the concept of a community.
All right. Okay.
Well, thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you. I appreciate you. All right. Give it up for the caller. And you guys call in, weigh in, tell us how you feel. Please like this video. We are begging for likes. Let's go on to our next caller, 678. You're live on the air.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
I just watched that video in its entirety, and one of the most disturbing things that I noticed in that video is that the victim in this particular scenario did the exact same thing that George Floyd did in his final minutes alive. He screamed for his mother. He did the exact same thing. And that was not enough for these 5 brothers to stop attacking another brother. Those 5 men should never have been able to become police officers, ever. The way they beat him, it was senseless. They had no regard for this man's life. Even after they beat him and they propped him up against the car and they were waiting for the ambulance that showed up a half hour later, they didn't even check on the victim. They continued to talk amongst themselves and brag about what had just happened as if they had just got into a fight on the corner around the block. They didn't act like police officers. They were calling him nigger as if they were like on the street corner or something outside of a nightclub and not police officers. So we need to keep the same energy that we had when George Floyd was killed at the hands of that white cop. We need to keep that same energy now. And this is even worse. This man was killed by 5 brothers. This was a brother killed by 5 brothers. This is worse. And it gets to the point where I'm so disgusted by my own people, we don't give a flying fuck, excuse my language, about black people getting murdered unless a white man has done it. If we kill each other, it's cool. It's cool in the community. And I'm going to have to agree with the last caller. She said, what community? What community? We don't have a community. We don't stick together. We're jealous of each other. We hate each other. We can't even, we're still arguing over trivial things like good hair and bad hair, light skin and dark skin. What the freaking fuck is that? We're still arguing and dividing ourselves over those trivial things. So how can we come together and stick together? It'll never happen. And that is white people's greatest fear, is that one day we'll all come together. Because it's strength in numbers. If we were to all come together, that would be a powerful force. But white people don't need to worry about that, because that will never, ever happen in this lifetime. But the way they beat him, they brutally attacked him. They brutally attacked him. And then one cop showed up late. And if you're watching the video, and this is the crazy part, their body cams didn't even catch most of the fight. Unbeknownst to them, there was a camera by a house that caught most of the fight. Because that's what it was, a fight. It was a one-sided fight. It wasn't cops trying to apprehend a perpetrator. This was a one-sided fight. They jumped him. So we get most of the footage from a camera that was rolling near a house. And so for black people to sit by and make excuses, and I sat up here and I heard black people get on here and make excuses, because that's what, in essence, and even if you don't realize it, the people earlier were making excuses for why 5 black cops killed a black man. Oh, well, he probably screwed the man's wife. It was personal. He was probably a drug dealer. And let me tell you something. The last caller said the same thing that I said when I watched the video. When people started to arrive at the scene, that is when they started coming up with this story of he reached for the gun. He never reached for the gun. Oh, he wouldn't go down. Oh, my leg is hurt. Your leg wasn't hurt. I'm a thin dude myself, and that man was skinnier than me. These cops had force. I mean, these were some big dudes. So you mean to tell me that one skinny, unarmed guy, the 5 of y'all couldn't take him down without killing him? The 5 of y'all couldn't take that one man down without killing him? And then he ran in somebody's yard. And when they caught up with him, that's when the beatings really started. They need to get life in prison. I was listening to Willie D earlier, and he said the same thing, and I agree with him. They need to get life in prison. Life in prison is what these guys deserve. And I don't see how anybody could disagree with me. I don't.
Well, I thank you so much. And
That
to
video was
piggyback
disturbing.
off of you, I want to know, do you guys want all 5 of these black cops to have life in prison? Do you think that would be just? Press 4 if you agree, all 5 life in prison. Press 7 if you feel like it's too much. But I thank you so much. We're going to let you go. Calling from 205, you're live on the air.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
I'm doing fine, ma'am. My name is Uncle Charles. Let me just say this. You're doing a hell of a show. I really appreciate you bringing this to not just the world, but the community. So you're doing a fine job, ma'am. I always listen to you.
Thank you.
You're one of the best out there. Let me just say this, because I know somebody about to chew their teeth out their mouth to get on here, so I'm going to make this quick. See, this is what hurt me is not this man just dying, but it was 5 black men beating on another black man. And you know why they did what they did? Because in this country, black don't mean anything. It means nothing. Now, let me show you this. If that was a white man, they'll be charged with capital murder right now because white lives matter. They always matter. Do you think when they was chasing slaves through the forest, do you think they was worried about their status or where they worked at? Excuse me, before we hang you, are you gay? No, they didn't ask them that. They killed them because they was black. This is what I keep trying to tell my people. Until we start respecting each other and watching each other back and doing like we used to do in the 70s and 80s and start getting like 7 or 8 alpha men, the man in our neighborhoods. So when they come in there, they ain't coming in there with that mess. Or they're going to get stripped down naked and sent back out. See, we need to man ourselves. We need to mind our neighbors. And for God's sake, watch our little boys and our little girls. Let me tell you something. This country, black means nothing to this country. And I'll show you why. Asians got killed down in that massage parlor down in Atlanta. All those Asians. Well, it ain't a massage parlor. It's a prostitute house. You call it what it is. But not even a day later, President Biden was in there signing an anti-Asian bill. Where's our African-American bill? Where's our reparations? Where's all this stuff? But yet still, they're able to go into our churches with that bull crap and speak to the elders. And this is why I blame our people from the 60s and 70s too. They're so glad that Joe Biden was in their church, they would accept anything. So if I told you I have a cup of poison, would you drink it? Rodney King, I watched that video over and over. Let me tell you something. Any time you get beat down like that, beat up like that, and it's longer than a halftime in the Super Bowl, you know something wrong with that. This guy did not deserve that. But it keep happening. Felipe Castillo, Trayvon Martin. And I wouldn't be even shocked that some of our people out here are just letting these people kill their children just to give a check. It's sad. Trayvon Martin beat to death and killed, shot, and yet still, my son would have never left out that door if he didn't know the neighborhood. I go with you, son, and we will die together. That's how it goes. And yet still, a couple of years later, his parents all on People magazine smiling like they ain't just lost their son. Protect your boys. We got to protect our black boys. We got to protect them from violence, from child molestation, all these things.
Okay.
Like you said, it ain't a community.
We want to be careful with
It
the
ain't
word with
no more.
CM, touching, because when you say certain words, it will put the video in a certain category. And this video
Yes,
is not
ma'am.
about, people
Yes,
touching
ma'am.
younger people.
Got it.
But I understand what you're
Yes,
saying,
I got
and
you.
I
I
appreciate you,
got you.
okay? We're going to let you go. Calling from, and Q just donated $10. We appreciate you, Q. Calling from 504. You're live on the air.
Good night, Gigi. How are you?
Hey, Q, how's it going? It's always great to hear you. Talk to me. What are your thoughts about this?
Very disturbing. Disturbing more for me because I have a son that's in college in Memphis. And, one of the things that I managed to, get across to my children is that whenever you get a ticket, there's not a ticket you can get that I can't pay. So I want them to get that ticket and just move on with the process so that I can get it and I can make sure my children are not in any harm's way with law enforcement. That is a form of compliance. And I know that, that is one of the things that they talk about with people, especially when black people getting arrested and getting these things happening to them. They wanted to comply. What that guy did, Tyre Nichols, in that case, was everything descriptive of being compliant. During the first video, he was the only cool head in the video. Now, here's a spin, Gigi. Law enforcement do not want anyone to view the police reports that were written, because the police report not only will give a complete different narrative of what happened, though we know that, they don't want that to affect other scenarios that are similar in nature. Does that make any sense?
Mm-hmm.
So they want to protect the lies that they tell on police reports. They don't want this to overshadow it. So they really want to keep the police reports and the supplemental reports that were written on this case. They want to keep that quiet, just in case they got to beat somebody again. They don't want anybody to point fingers at a police report or supplemental reports that were a bunch of lies, that of which this will be. So my heart goes out for that mother. My heart goes out for the entire family. I think that the death penalty or even life in prison would not bring any relief. If I had to give my description of what relief would be, handcuff all their asses and turn them over to the families. Turn them over to the family of Tyre Nichols and let that family deal with them as they see fit. You have a blessed day, Gigi.
Thank you so much, Q. We appreciate you. All right, let's go on to the next caller. Calling from 240. You're live on the air.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
I'm fine. I wanted to respond on the officers as well as the Jason Whitelock comment. And I believe the last female caller, she said something about single mothers, probably agreeing with Jason Whitelock. But there were no single mothers present in the beating of Tyre Nichols. Is that his name? So how does that have anything to do with single black mothers? As a matter of fact, I would kind of commend single black mothers because they're the ones that decided to stick around and raise the child or make an attempt to raise the child. It may not be perfect, but they stayed around. And I don't think a lot of people give credit to single mothers for the fact that they're staying around with very little resources to take care of a child. So I do commend some single mothers that are sticking it out for the children. But as far as the officers are concerned, I think when it comes to black male officers specifically, but just black officers in general, they are influenced by their white counterparts. And a lot of things when it comes to police forces is built around white supremacy. I don't think a lot of police units have deconstructed the system of racism because the things that they do to the public, specifically black people, are still in play and in line with like white supremacy. So I think a lot of these black males are, following that conduct. They don't have respect for black people. They don't have respect for, themselves. And mind you, all of them are dark skinned. So the fact that they will get treated horribly the most because of the color of their skin is ironic, that they treat people just like a white supremacist would treat a black person. I think black men are sick, even though this wasn't a case where we don't know Tyre Nichols' history. We don't know if he has tweets that'll surface down in black women or whatever. But again, I really don't think this is a fight for black women, but a lot of black men are being exposed for their behavior. Something is weird about this year where that's happening. But it was horrible what happened to the guy. I also saw the video to its entirety, and it was just disgusting. But I will say that, like, with all the cases where black men are dying in the hands of police, at the hands of police, it would make sense for you guys to just kind of comply. I did see, and I'm not making any excuse for the behaviors of these cops, but like the guy, Tyre Nichols, he was kind of running away, not really complying. Just comply. Just calm down until you get, I guess, to a precinct, and then you can, I guess, protest a little. But like the fact that you are acting, reacting to their aggression makes it even worse. So even though it's a hostile situation, try to be as calm as possible. I didn't see that in the situation where he was calm completely. He was fidgeting around. He was moving around, trying to resisting their arrest. And the same thing happened with George Floyd. He was resisting. They gave him ample amount of time to calm down. I don't know if George Floyd was under any influence or whatever. I don't know if these men were under any influence, but they weren't necessarily complying. And again, that's no excuse for these officers' behavior, but you gotta think, I could potentially die in their hands, because I know the climate when it comes to police officers and dealing with black people specifically. It really is a sensitive matter. So I'm not a black male. I'm not going out there to protest. It's just something that I'm not going to do. I'm a black woman. I'm really not on the side of black men. Their behavior has been disgusting for the past 5 years. So I really am not on their side. However, no one deserves murder. No one's deserving of murder, especially in this situation. So it's unfortunate that happened to him. But I think the reason why John Whitelock is blaming black women is to take the attention off of the fact that there's an all-black male squad that did this to a black man. I think black men want to keep their positions. They want to be in the boys' club with white men so bad. So they don't want the spotlight on them. So to deflect from that, they'll say, oh, it's a problem with single black mothers. A single black mother wasn't on site beating him to his death. So that I don't understand. I really don't. And the last female caller, I think she was crazy. So she was doing too much.
All right. Well, thank you so much. We're going to let you go at this time. Calling from 111. Are you there?
Yep, I'm the caller that you just said was crazy. Once again, it's crazy to do exactly. Well, first of all, I have a personality, and when you're yourself and you like, engaging a certain type of way, black people have a problem with that. Black people have a problem with another black person that can clearly express themselves. But for those who said the term mammy, you just heard mammying. She just said, under the influence, he wasn't being compliant. And when people said, and someone said in the chat, he was calmer than them. But that is what you call mammying, trying to defend undefendable behavior. Me personally, when he got up and ran, I think he knew that they were out to bring him harm. They weren't doing police work. I think when he ran, it was a natural instinct to try to preserve his own life. That's just me. What do you think?
Yeah, a lot of people in the comments agree with that.
That's it. It was like at that moment he knew this ain't no regular traffic stop. They are looking to hurt me, and he ran. But up until that point, even after that, he was compliant. So what are you talking about? I wish black people would stop using the term crazy, because you can't even figure out, not saying you, Gigi, certain black women can't figure out. A lot of y'all know what kind of, listen, I've been black. I've been black my whole entire life. Once again, they keep talking about the single mother thing. Do you not understand that there are indeed a lot of bad mothers of all different kind of races? I said this before. There's mothers who are not meant to be mothers. What is so hard to understand about that? You want to talk about crazy? Is it the need and the desire to feel like you're needed? That therefore you create, situations with children to make yourself feel like you're needed? I don't understand it. Can you explain that to me? I don't understand it. Once again, I'm clean, so I can do whatever I want. I'm clean. I have no blood on my hands. I believe a lot of people, they're looking at the reason why the talk of single mothers may come up. They looked at the behavior. What could have made them that animalistic? Those guys were animalistic. It was scary. I'm listening to a lot of people come up here. They're very emotional, and it's okay. But what went wrong is what everyone is questioning. But go ahead, Gigi. What were you going to say?
I think she wants to know as well, and some people in the comment section, how could you blame black single moms when no black single moms were there? This was done by five black men.
They're usually not there. No, they're not there, and they're usually not there. So, but I understand how the connection can be made.
People want to know, how can the connection? Can you let people know this correlation collection? How could you impossibly blame black single mothers for this?
I mean, I could see how certain individuals could tie black single mothers to this type of scenario. Yeah, I could see it. Considering the truth about, well, we got. If that's the case, then we're going to have to get into what the dysfunction that has been normalized. The behaviors that what goes on in a typical household, and black people don't like to go there. But then, like I said, there's the concept of action, reaction. We see the deadbeat fathers. We see them. But I don't understand why act like we don't know what's on the other side too. I don't understand that. The people are hurting. The people are messed up. What happened? What went wrong? Okay, Gigi. Hold on a second, sorry. Anybody, if you were to go to, say, a psychologist or anybody that works in, because anybody that, say, works in mental health or a person that wants to get help, right? The first thing they do was go into what? Your childhood. If any of those cops were to sit down with a psychologist, the first thing they would do is go to the beginning, their childhood. Their childhood. What can make men band together? And they were even laughing and joking and slapping and smacking hands and smoking a cigarette, laughing about just beating that man down like that. What could have gotten them to that point? Anybody that knows anything about just the mental and development in your formative years, they're going to go back to their childhood. If they get locked up for life, as they should be, they're going to go back to their childhood. So I guess that's the reason why people talk about single mothers. Why they would make that connection.
They want to know, do you know the background of any of these officers?
No, I've seen their behavior, but see, we got to get into intelligence if I talk about that, and I know that's taboo. Black people hate when you're intelligent. They hate when you have critical thinking skills. Not saying you, Gigi, but a lot of black people, it's like you got to dumb yourself down and act like you don't know what you know. I've seen their behavior, and I'll say that there's a clear, most of them, man, there's a connection there. That's when it comes down to the behavior that they so proudly displayed. But once again, my question becomes, why are women coming up here excusing that murder? Why? What could be the excuse for that murder? I don't understand it. That seems like the biggest mammy type of stuff right there to me. What could excuse that demonic shit that we all seen on video? Numerous videos. That seems more, that's mammying right there. But attack another black woman, that's the name of the game, right? See, what's happening is the dysfunction is starting to backfire. That's what's happening. Yeah, she was doing so much. You just sat here and said, well, I don't know. Here we go again, like I said before, but no critical thinking skills. Putting it out there, he wasn't under the influence. He was intoxicated. He should have complied, making it so that predators can roam free. It's embedded in you, sis. It's embedded in you. Why do you want to put that rhetoric out there? It's embedded in you, just like it's embedded in you to attack me. Do I know you? Do I know you? But no, I'm just another black woman. I dare to express myself. You know you're not supposed to do that, right? We can talk about what these black men do to black women, but we can't talk about what black women do to other black women? That's common. That's typical. That's the everyday thing. Yeah, she was doing too much. You're right, I am too much. But you're basic, common, and predictable. Even everything you just said out of your mouth. Go ahead, Gigi.
Well, all right. Well, I thank you for coming back up here and clarifying that.
Those are the real mammies, by the way, before I sign off. Those are your real mammies. He was high. He had this. He had that. He had this. He should have did that. He should have did this.
So you're saying...
Could you imagine these type of women? Could you imagine these type of women with their children, especially with their sons? Listen, we can't act like these type of dysfunctional black males came out the clear blue. That's another connection right there. We can't act like when their sons, when these type of men were growing up, their mother blamed everybody. Oh no, you lying on my son. Tell me if I'm telling the truth. This is a regular thing amongst black people. Son bad as hell, bashing out windows, breaking their houses. No, nobody say nothing to my son. And then when they grow up and turn into this, how this happen? You can't blame us. You wouldn't even allow this little boy when he was growing up to be handled accordingly for his deviancy. But when they grow up and become monsters, we don't know where they came from. Huh. Oh my goodness. I can't. I just can't, Gigi.
Got it. I get what you're saying.
It.
So the same, these guys out here, the Canes, that put paws on women, and then their mom kind of say, well, it was her fault. Well, she didn't,
It's usually, with the typical black woman, when it comes to her son, it's always somebody else's fault. It's always somebody else's fault. And you wonder why this situation, they behaved the way they did and did what they did with they had no conscience, no morals. The only time you see morals is in that mug shot when they like, they had that kind of look on their face. When they had that kind of look on their face. They've been getting away with that type of shit. How do you get that bad as a human being? This is a human issue, a black human issue. How do you, they tortured that man. They tortured him. He looked like he could have been a teenager. That's how little he was. They tortured him. How does a human get to that point? There's a lot of different factors. And you just sat here and said that these women, their son, if their son is beating up on their girlfriend or wife, she lying. My son ain't do nothing to her. But then again, they're the same type of women that were coming up here making excuses for murder. So fuck it, I'll say it. These women are dangerous because they set the tone for the men, like what was on that video. They're dangerous. There, I said it. You don't intimidate nothing. You're dangerous. The sons that you trained are dangerous. They're a liability to every fucking body. Me, you, him. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, I'm clean, so I'm going to point the finger right at him. Yup.
So, would you want the certain black mothers to be hard on their sons and to hold their sons accountable at a young age?
It's like it goes from one extreme to the other. I'm not calling for child abuse.
What I'm not saying that. I'm not saying it for them to put paws on them. But
okay, watch this, GG. Watch this, GG. Black single mothers, treat your sons how you treat your daughters. Yeah.
Yeah,
I love doing too much.
That's
Treat your sons.
Yeah.
Sorry, Gigi. Treat
you
your sons how you treat your daughters. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. In your lace front. Yeah. That's the missing piece. And that's why there's so much confusion. Oh, my God, I don't know why they blaming single mothers. Because we know you. We know how you don't raise and train your sons. And they get to go get away with anything from formative years, preteen, teenage years, and then they become men that nobody can correct. And they become monsters. And we're like, where does this come from? Just treat your sons how you... Didn't she just call me crazy? Yeah, she was doing too much. Treat your sons like that. Y'all just heard it on here. Treat your sons like that. And what's interesting, the black males up here, whether they agreed or disagreed with me, they were respectful. It was the black woman that had to be disrespectful to another black woman. Ain't that something? So, yeah, treat your sons how you stay on your daughters. You're always whipping their ass. They stay on punishment. You stay... treat your sons how you treat your daughters. But it's too late. They're free to roam now. And these black women will not get up off of their backs and stop being single mothers. So the damage is already done. I just want to say that this has been I think this has affected black people, and I appreciate you, Gigi, for having this talk. This has been emotional because I don't think we've ever seen, the closest thing was Rodney King, and that was white cops. And it doesn't even come close to this because Rodney King lived. And these women looked at that demonic shit. Well, I mean, he could have had drugs. It seemed personal. They're so they just defended murderers blatantly on camera. Everybody in society is upset. We got knots in our stomach. This is how they raise their sons. This is what's right in front of your face. Oh, it's everybody, but anything but what they did. They're showing right now how they raise their sons. But the people hate the truth, and the ball is rolling. So they hate their son. I mean, I think that some people may want to believe that they raise their sons like that out of love. They do not. That's not out of love. That's not out of love, but control. Oops. But I'm in the clear. Go ahead, Gigi. What you thinking about?
Well, you got the chat room.
Community.
You have the chat room
somebody
lit.
Just said,
you had the phone calls lit.
Somebody just said, I think it's Karen. Shout out to Karen, wreaking havoc on the entire community. And the women will sit there. Well, I did my best. I don't know what's wrong with him. And you know full well she wouldn't discipline him, wouldn't hold him accountable, would be in school pulling people's hair, starting fights, stealing. Oh, no, they lying on my son. Bullying people, everybody lying on my son. But then the same ones turn around. Why they blaming single mothers? Yep. They're not these type of women I'm talking about. They're not doing nobody no favors. Give your kids something and make them awards of the state then, because this is the type of job. These are sociopaths. They were so disconnected. They were looking to torture that man. And like I said, they could be anybody. And I know from the look of them, I know they hate black women. Ain't no telling what's in their past. I could look at them and I could tell. I don't know if anybody else can see it. I could look at it and I could tell that they hate black women. What have they done in their past? But like that other guy said, who was on point, he said they don't want those police reports to come out because we've seen the video. The police reports most likely say something completely different. So once again, how y'all doing? Hi, chat room. I absolutely love this conversation. I needed to get that out because, like I said, I didn't plan on watching that video, but I watched it earlier. Every single video, how can you not look at a human being suffering like that? And even though yes, he's a black male, but I could tell he was like a nerdy skater. I think he had Vans on his shit. You could tell just, hey, what's wrong? He actually told them, calm down, guys. It's okay. They seen someone that they perceive to be weak. What have they done to children? What have they done to women? Why these women coming up here making every excuse you could imagine? They just mammied on this platform. Those are mammies, in case you don't understand it. That is a mammy. They can do no wrong. He was asking for it. It was personal. It was drugs. So with that being said, thank you, Gigi, for letting me rile these black people up. Yeah, it's time for you to get riled up. It's time for you to get riled up because they're executing that now. If it was a white
Hello? All right, hello? Are you guys here? I can't hear nothing. Hello? Hello? I can't. Hello? Hello, can y'all hear me? Hello, can y'all hear me? Please press 3 if you can hear me. You know why they was calling. DJ, stop the beat. Listen, I don't know what was happening. Lord, the spirit of mute just came up on me. I couldn't move. I couldn't do nothing. I couldn't click anything or nothing. I apologize. And 111, where you at? But I couldn't mute. I couldn't say anything. You know, my whole computer thing, it was frozen. I couldn't push anything. So I definitely apologize. But can y'all hear me now? Okay, can y'all hear me? Okay. Oh, can y'all hear me? I can't stop laughing. Okay, you can hear. Okay, I'm sorry about that, you guys. Calling from 754. Hello, 754? 754, can you hear me? Okay, give me 1 second, 754. Let me do something real quick. Let me do something. How y'all liking this chat? Please call in. Let me know. Please press this one. Please like the video. We are begging for likes, and please let me know. Are y'all enjoying the chat? Comment and shout out to caller 111.
Since it appears you're calling back into a live show, we are reconnecting you now.
You really got the chat and the numbers up. We appreciate you. Calling from 754. I'm sorry about that. How you doing?
It's okay. I'm doing well. How are you?
Good.
Okay, so I'm just going to give a little context. I am 27 years old. I'm a Black female paramedic. I've had 7 years of experience, and I got to tell you guys that this is not disturbing, and it's not normal, and it is very normal, actually. Yeah, so it's very common that a cop will escalate an issue. It is very common that they're going to lie on their reports. And it's not only the cops, it's the hospitals, and it's also EMS.
Okay, so you want to let us know that it's normal for cops to lie on reports, and it's normal for the hospital and the nurses to lie too.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to say it's always the hospital, but, it's oftentimes that they will treat, like, someone who is Black differently. EMS will treat patients who are Black differently. And it's very common for a cop to lie on report or escalate a situation. I've seen it on many situations. I have noticed that oftentimes when it comes to, like, the Black officers, when they're on force, they seek approval from, their white counterparts or their Hispanic counterparts. I actually had to quit because of that. I had a 21-year-old male who was shot, and my partner did not want to pass me. I had a firefighter. He did not want to hold a bag. He didn't want to, so he had to pressurize this bag for me. He did not want to do it. Like, nobody, on certain scenes, I had situations in which people would not pass me medications, whether it was because they didn't want to work with me or because they didn't want to treat a patient. But this is common. As per, like, the chief's response, Saralyn, I think that her response was amazing. But yeah, that's just very common.
Okay, well, I thank you for putting us on notice and letting us know that. All right, we're going to go on to the next caller, calling from 518. You're live on the air.
Hey, what's up, Gigi?
Hey, how's it going?
I'm just going good. I just wanted to give my opinion on the matter, and I've been listening to a lot of the callers, and I just want to get something out. So first and foremost, I'm a person who has only brothers, and I grew up with seeing my mom work extremely hard. My father was in my life, but my mother took the brunt of the burden with raising the boys and everything, right? And it's so funny that I had to literally, and it's so funny how all of this comes together, because a few weeks ago, I had to check my brother because of how hard he was going on my mom, who's almost 70 years old. And I said, nigga, you act like she didn't do all of this for us. My mom worked so hard, worked 3 jobs because she had a stroke, sending us to private school. My father ain't do nothing. But will you believe that my brother will give my dad the credit? And I had to check him. But guess what? Even though I tell you I check him, that shit don't matter. He still disrespect my mom. So in a way, I could see it from where the women stand from, where men will, like, they will, blame the women. To me personally, sitting back, I've seen hard-working women my whole life. Seeing my mom do that. Guess who was there for my brothers when they did them jail bids and did all of that? My mom was there. But guess who still get disrespected? She does. I've been through it all. I don't see my mom work hard so my brother wouldn't hustle and go out there and whatever. And guess what? She would buy all of those Jordans and all of those Maxes, and he would still go out there and do it. And here she is trying to prevent. So listen, I don't want to go far off. I'm going to say this in regards to this whole situation with Tyre Nichols. It was a man who just called up and said that his sons is in, or his kids go to school in Memphis, right? He talked about how he trained them how not to react, right? He made me feel good when he said that, because that reminded me of my grandfather. When I was a young boy and I started driving, my grandfather said, look, this is the way. He was raised through the Civil War. He told me this is how you react to police. You don't say nothing. You give them your license, registration. You don't say nothing. If my family would have seen how, listen, I'm not saying that Tyre couldn't have been scared, but I've been pulled over several times. I've never been outside of my car, and many people in this chat have never been outside their car, but they won't admit to it. It's quick to go to being sad and saying like, yeah, it's wrong. But cops are trained to use excessive force when somebody is resisting arrest. I actually thought that they was going light on him at first. He got off the ground with 5 police. But all of the people in this chat who've never been outside with the police, they'll still relate to it, even though they've never been to it. That's why I learned to just listen to a couple of callers that we are lost as a community. We lost. We don't have no accountability. And I just feel like no matter, and you know what, Gigi, I don't want to be negative, but even with these conversations with the positive people who understand, there's so much negativity and there's so much just mixed up minds. Like, I just feel like we are doomed as a community, honestly. We doomed. We doomed with the way people disrespect their mothers who've been in the fight since the beginning to not realizing something that's happened right in front of your eyes. Are you crazy? So you mean it's like people who have never been in a situation outside their car with the police will still relate to it and be like, no, maybe he was scared. Well, were you scared? I was scared when they pulled me over too. Did I get out of my car? And let's be frank. When I get pulled over by black officers, they typically go easy on me. They've let me go a lot of times with no insurance and all of that. So
yeah, but these cops were different, you know. So
I do believe that.
Yeah.
Gigi, so can I say this, right? I think people are missing this. What was the reason they pulled him over? They said that he was driving erratically, right?
Yeah, something had to do with his driving.
Right. So I want to know, how did he end up outside of the car? Why wasn't it just a window down? I felt like, what was the action that
they
caused
snatched
them
him out the car. They snatched him out the car.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that was due to how he was driving? Was he like trying to were they under like a high-speed chase or something like that?
No, they just were looking for a mark. They thugs. They cop thugs. You know how thugs are in real life? You got cop thugs. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I could see it from both ways. I feel like the police did use excessive force, but I do feel like, and then also he was running away, and like come on, man. And I don't been around people who've been to prison, done all types of stuff. They ain't never ran from the police. I feel like, just like with that kid on Facebook, what we seen during the pandemic, he was like a veteran or something like that, but he had some sort of mental health ailment or behavioral issue. He was in the car and he jumped out and the white police officer shot him. When that boy ran away, those people tased him. I believe if those was white officers, we don't know what would have happened, but I feel like they could have possibly shot him. They still tased him when he ran away. The situation is unfortunate. I don't condone it, but I just feel like we don't have no accountability. We can't hold people accountable, and we only look at things from one way. Like some people, not all of us, because I understand and I watch your content a lot, and I feel like you think very progressively, and you know, and I like that. But a lot of people don't feel that. It's so easy just to be sad and not look at the full fact.
All right. Well, I thank you. Maybe we can have some other callers to piggyback to piggyback on what you just said. All right, we're gonna let you go. And if you guys are out here and you heard a caller talk and you want to piggyback off of what they said, come on in and shake it up. We're gonna be here for a while. And just to let you know, the online air is gonna do a countdown. Don't worry about that. Y'all got me all night long. Calling from 504. You're live from the air. Hello, 504. Okay, we got a troll. Calling from 909. You're live from the air. 909. All right, 909. We're going to let you go. All right, calling from 901. Memphis, you're on the air.
Hello.
Hello? Hey, how's it going?
Hey, I was just calling just a response to the last guy about how he was saying people supposed to react when they see the police. It's coming from Memphis, Tennessee. It don't matter how you react when you see the police because the police there are different. They were like guys that you will see in like clean car, Hellcats and stuff like that. They will stop you for that and like harass you and do a lot of different stuff. And it's kind of emotional right now because a lot of people in my family have the same situation. Like, I have seen cops get in people's car and drive around the city in their car. If they have drugs, they don't turn them in. If they have money, they don't turn it in also. They have harassed people, have beaten people, and have to do a lot of things in Memphis, Tennessee. So me being from Memphis, Tennessee, which I had just moved out there 2 years ago, and coming from Memphis, Tennessee is very hard to get out this city. And I have family members still there and nephews, and I tell them every day, when you see a police, don't say nothing, let them talk. Even if they try to pull you out, you just scream for help, but try to stay down on the ground. And those police there are terrible. Like, it ain't even the white police. It's the black ones because they seem like they have a point to prove when they pulling people over. Like, they try to be, like, aggressive. A white cop will let you go. A black cop there, oh, they going to show you, like, they want to be gangster. Like, you in the hood, they will come to the hood, harass people, put everybody on the ground. It don't care if it's a child, anything. They're going to put you on the ground for no reason at all. And then when they done, they going to get up, they going to pull off, come back around, make a couple rounds, and laugh at you. They do that in Memphis, Tennessee. And it's crazy. But that's all I want to say. And you can't blame the mothers for that because mothers, they're going to teach their children right from wrong. It's just the kids. Once they hit that door, it's another thing coming. Like, they ain't going to do what their mother teaching them to do. It's the community, who they around. They going to do that. You can teach the child all you want to, but once that child grown or call themselves grown and they go out in the world, they going to do what they want to do. But that's all I have to say. I'm sorry for getting a little emotional.
No, that's real. And we appreciate you for being vulnerable and we can hear it. That's fine. Don't you ever apologize for being true to your feelings. We need to be more sympathetic and we need to have more feelings about this. So it's nothing wrong. I feel sorry for the person that don't have no feelings when they talk, and that's who I feel sorry for. That's who should be feeling sorry because they don't have no emotion for nothing. They dead. They're unhuman, no emotion. But we appreciate you. Thank you, Real Memphis, calling in. Real Memphis. That was Real Memphis right there. Calling from 615. You're live on the air.
Hey, it's me.
Hey, me.
I think, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I called the other day about Krishan, and he was like upset because I was talking about your girl. But oh my gosh, I have wrote notes, but it just went all over the place. Well, I want to say rest in peace to the young man that lost his life. And it's really unfortunate. I'm trying to see how I want to word this. Like, okay, so the lady that came on earlier, and, you know, she was emotional and, you know, just going off and stuff. You guys, please do not watch the video because that is what is going to happen. And so, in my opinion, I just feel like this is an agenda.
90
to,
seconds.
Like, upset us and get us riled up and X, Y, and Z. However, like, you don't have to watch the video to be woke. You know, if you can't handle it, it's going to make you crazy, sad, depressed. Don't watch it, you know? Also, I'm kind of lost. Like, the cops.
Well, I can call you. You want me to call you back or put you on hold till you get it together?
No.
Okay.
No, I got it.
60
so cops,
seconds.
They're in a gang. And, like, what I mean by that is basically, I know, like, some of them or majority of them was in a fraternity. And when you think about it, like what type of people really join fraternities? People that are lost, people that are looking for acceptance, and you know, it's like I don't know, because they do like the hazing and they like get spit on and degraded and X, Y, and Z, and then like when you ask someone, they're like, okay, why did you join this? Like, oh, you know, I want to help out the community, I want to do this and that, but it's like it overshadows the fact with the negative aspects of it. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but we want to get back on code with this police and this stuff. But I hear what you're
I am
saying.
talking about the police.
Yeah.
10 seconds.
And the reason they act that way is because they're insecure and they're looking for validation outside of, you know, themselves. And that also kind of ties into the single mom thing. Like, I mean, you can't really blame the single moms because we don't even know if they come from single moms, you know? But I just feel like if they had a father in their life, they would have less rage towards, you know, a black man.
Okay. All right.
That's my opinion.
All right. Well, I thank you so much. We're going to let you go at that time. Calling from 213. You're live on the air, 213.
Hey, Gigi.
Hey, talk to me.
All right. First of all, I want to send condolences to the family. That boy was not in a fight. He was murdered. That's what I saw. I saw a murder. I saw a boy that had a lot of adrenaline because he was afraid. What I saw was him really shocked, seemed like it had never happened to him before. So no matter how much you train somebody, you don't know how you're going to act when you're afraid. So I'm tired of people saying what he should have, did, could have, would have done. The only people that were supposed to be trained were those devils. And they were on they call a scorpion unit. Those guys were trained to be brutal. And we need to find out what that unit was made of and what it was designed to do. Those guys become numb. It's like being a nurse when you get used to seeing people being sick and dying. It's the same thing with black cops. They hate black folk more than the white ones do. That's why they're so hard on them. In addition to that, they have a hatred toward them. You can see it. And they have a point to prove, like I think another caller said. Their point is, I got to prove to the white man that I can really be brutal out here in these streets. And again, we must not dismiss that they were part of a special unit. So these weren't just regular cops. They were part of a unit. Okay? So I feel like I don't have black sons. I have two daughters. But if I had a black son, I would just tell him, hey, if you get pulled over by the police, just pretend like you're getting attacked by a bear. Just play dead, because complying clearly doesn't work. Just play dead like you're having a heart attack and wait for the paramedics to come. So there's nothing, in my opinion, that young man could have done different. That's my opinion. Next, I want to address something about what that guy said with single mothers. Okay, first of all, why is that even an issue? And that caller that called you twice, I prayed that you could merge me with her, because I want to ask her a question. We want to talk about, I agree with her only on one point. Those cops were brutal. And I don't like people making excuses saying that young man did something to warrant that. That's bull. Okay, so I agree with her on that. What I totally disagree with her on, and the reason why the chat was calling her a mammy with a capital M, was because she agreed with the single mother comment. Let me ask her a question. Do we all agree that the KKK was a brutal gang that used to terrorize black people? How come their mothers weren't ever questioned? What kind of mothers they were raised by? How come when we see young white people go up and shoot up a movie theater or shoot up schools, we never ask, oh, did they come from a single parent household? We've seen Jeffrey Dahmer. We just finished watching his movie. Did we ever ask, oh, was he raised by a single mom? Can we all agree that those people did brutal things? Can we not agree? How about the guy that killed Trayvon Martin? Did we question if he was raised by a single mother? Why is that an issue? Because those dogs that were called officers, how come? Because they were black? We have a history of white people brutalizing black people, hanging them on trees, and never Were their parenting questioned? The one that killed George Floyd, those group, it was about 3 to 4 men. Am I right, Gigi? Did anybody ever say, did anybody ever question, was those officers raised by a single mother? That black man got on TV and just assumed because they were black, let's bring up a single mother. That last caller said that there's an agenda. I agree with that. It is an agenda to put us against each other. We act like children. We still have a community. I disagree with we're doomed, we're this. Stop it. We act like we're the only ones. What those black officers did was disgusting. But do you think they were the only ones that's ever committed brutal crimes? Why are we so hard on ourselves? Why do we think every time somebody does something despicable like that, the whole community takes it on? White people have been doing brutal crimes since the beginning of time. Can we bring up Hitler? Hitler was a horrible man. I think we all agree to that. Did we ever question if Hitler was raised by a single mother? Not once. But yet we always want to pick on ourselves. You know why? Because a lot of that woman who I call her a mammy, she is a mammy because she's so worried about what the white man thinks. That is the definition of a mammy. That is the definition of a mammy. Why are you so concerned about if they're single moms? All this brutality we've had in the United States of America was done by white folk. They wiped out the Native Americans. Did we ever ask if they were raised by single parents? And I got an answer for you. Most of those white men that have done that, they were raised by both parents. So miss me with the excuse about because there's no daddy in the house, that's why those officers, let me tell you why those officers did what they did. And they're not the only ones. They just got caught. They just killed somebody. They've been doing that. You guys saw that movie, Boys in the Hood. I'm from LA. You saw that movie, Boys from the Hood? You remember that scene where the black officer came up and stepped to him and said, yeah, he's just another nigger. That's been the attitude amongst black men. Why are we acting brand new? This isn't new. They do that because they're performing for their daddies, the white man. They have to show them that they're tough and they're brutal. And again, I'm repeating myself. Let's not forget, this was a Scorpion unit. We don't know what they were trained to do there in Memphis, Tennessee, but they were a special unit. Keep that in mind. But let's stop acting like we're dogs and we don't have a community. That's a lie, and that's what they want us to think. They are brutal. Why are we forgetting all the brutal things that they've done? What about what happened in last year, January 6th, when they stormed the Capitol and was ready to kill people? Did we ask if any of those guys were raised by single mothers? Where's that caller at? Put her on the phone. Mammy, did you ever ask any of the people of the KKK, any of them, did we ever ask who raised those dogs? I'm not taking up for them. They are horrible people, but there's plenty of horrible people. And why do we always get questioned about the mother, about the single mothers? They just want to drag black women again, and I'm sick of it. It's bull. So when you start questioning everybody that does something brutal out here in these streets, we can't even send our kids to school. What about the ones that shot up the poor little sixth graders? I'm sorry, 6-year-olds. Remember that? That was the first happened in Connecticut. The first thing they said, mental illness, but they never said, oh, I wonder if he's raised by a single mom. And I think we'd all can agree to what he did was horrible. He killed kids in kindergarten, first grade, but nobody ever questioned if that young white man was raised by a single mother. How come that didn't come up? How come it never comes up? And it only comes up this time. I had to speak on that. So I call her a mammy with a capital M because she made that statement. because it seems like she has hatred toward Black people in her heart, and that's unfortunate. Yes, our people do some horrible things, but all races do horrible things. It's just the way we're questioned and the way we're always trying to, and she made a statement. It's embarrassing. Embarrassing to whom, ma'am? That's mammy behavior. Who is it embarrassing to? The white community doesn't get embarrassed when white people do despicable acts. They look at the act and say that was a despicable thing that person did. They don't take it on and wear it like a sweater because they're not concerned about what any other community person thinks. But we are. I'm not, and we shouldn't be. We should call a spade a spade. What those guys are doing it's been going on. And what that young man did, he didn't do anything that he shouldn't have done. The only thing I think he could have did is play dead, literally. But he did nothing wrong. So I agree with her on that. Stop blaming. Maybe he should have did this. Maybe he should. You don't know how you would feel if you were afraid. So stop it. Everybody acts like it's, oh, I like that other caller. Oh, I got pulled over before, and the Black officer let me go. Well, that's not what these guys did. These guys were part of a scorpion unit, sir, a special unit. They were out to make a quota, most likely. And they picked on him. I don't know all the details, but all I know is based on what my eyes have seen, there was nothing that young man could have done different. And he clearly was afraid, as he should have been. That's what I saw. So I just wanted to get that off my chest because I wanted to come through the phone when I heard that woman call back not once but twice with that same garbage. You give her my number. I wish you could do a panel because I tell her why I think she's a mammy. And that guy that made that statement about blaming single mothers, I'd ask him, did you ever question the KKK and see who raised them? I can name a ton of brutal white men that have done despicable acts in the United States of America since the beginning of its creation, including the transatlantic slave trade. And you never asked if they were raised by single white mothers. So miss me with that bullshit. Sorry for cursing.
You know what? At this point, it's okay. Go ahead. You can do all the cussing you want.
It just made me so mad. It's like, what are y'all going to keep blaming Black women for? Next, they're going to blame us. I bet you they're going to blame us for the transatlantic slave trade. I bet you they're going to find a way to say we were the reason why we were brought over here in the United States. They're going to find a way to maneuver us into that. It's ridiculous. So what that man said on CNN or wherever he was at was garbage. Because if he wants to do that, then please, sir, rewind the clock and think of every brutal person that's done something despicable. And how come I'm telling you through the history of watching the news, I have never heard a white man or a Black man in that case question if that white man was raised by a single white mother. Never. If that's really your object, because they're raised by a single parent and there's no man in the house, they are capable of doing despicable things. I think that's where he was going with that. Oh, really? Is that what makes men do despicable things? Then let's rewind the clock on all the despicable things that white men have done in this country. And I've never heard you get your ass up on the news and question if the white woman was a single mother. How come? I wonder why. So if somebody could answer that, get that caller back on the phone and tell her, because I'm a highly educated Black woman and proud, and our race is not doomed. Our thinking might be doomed, but our race is far from doomed. So she could miss me with that. And I hope she's listening. Get on the phone right now. I run 2 businesses successfully, and I've raised 2 very intelligent Black young ladies. Get her on the phone, and I'll tell her why she's a mammy. How dare you agree with that fool? And that's her conversation in regards to single black women not raising their kids correctly, that's another conversation for another day. That doesn't have anything to do with what those dogs with the Scorpion unit did to that black man. That has nothing to do with it. Nothing to do with it. And again, how could he even make that statement not even knowing if those officers were even raised by single black women? Why was that in the conversation? Somebody help me out with that. And how come it's never brought up in the white community? And they've done plenty of brutal things way worse than what those officers done. What they did was disgusting. They murdered. That wasn't a fight. It was a murder. 5 black officers murdered a black man. That's what happened. That's what I saw. Now, you tell me when you ain't seen a white man do the same thing throughout this history. And you, Gigi, right now, remind me of when someone brought up that the white man was raised by, if he was raised by a single white mother. Please remind me of that.
Oh, they never do that because it's not a stereotype. Okay. I don't know if you've seen this, and I know it's off topic, but I'm going to give it to you guys. It was a post going around, and maybe in the future I start reposting posts that I see, but they redid Angelica, the Rugrats, right? The Rugrats at an older age. And they had all the races there with a family, but they put the black mom without a father. So it's a stereotype that everybody know that black men leave their family. Black men are not fathers. So they use that stereotype as a weapon.
And I agree with that. And that's why I said, Gigi, that conversation is real, but for a different day. My problem with that, I'm not disagreeing that, we just assume we're single. A lot of black
girl,
women
you
have
on point. You right. You on point. They loving you. You on point. Go ahead.
There's no argument there. A lot of black women are single mothers. Amen. It's not even a stereotype. It's a fact because they walk away, and we got to hold it down the best way that we can. I get that. That's a fact. I can never argue on that. But the way he was tying it in, he was saying due to the fact that these black men had a single mother was the reason why they were so brutal.
And that's false. Yeah, that's propaganda.
Because
he's pushing propaganda.
Exactly. That's what I disagree with. Because then I point to other brutal acts that are done by white people. And I say, why is their single motherhood not questioned? Most of them don't have most of them have 2-parent households. So hysteria is shot to hell is my point. The brutality of what those guys did in that Scorpion unit had nothing to do with if they were raised by a fucking monkey or a single mom or a single dad. It has to do with their behavior and their being brutal. They need to be held accountable for what they did, not an absentee father or a single mother. That is my point. My point is not to argue. And what does that have to do with their brutality?
Different picture from a different perspective. It really wasn't about telling the truth. It was all, in my opinion, when I'm in front of white America and I don't want to hold the police accountable, I need a scapegoat. So my go-to is black women. And so white America, they don't have, a lot of them, they don't have an interaction with black people, so they don't know. So they see a black man and they figure you know about black people because you're black. So when a black person tells them about black things, then they tend to believe it and they push this propaganda. So it's really a game that they're playing and an agenda that they're playing. It's really not about facts. So if you're going into it like, oh my God, this is the facts is wrong. They don't care about facts as long as they can push an agenda to have a group of people to feel one way about another group of people, then it works. As long as I can get white America to look at black women crazy and to look at them like, hey, they are the problem, then it works. So it doesn't matter whether it's facts or not. Who cares? This day and age, people care about what's the most popular, what's the most trending. They don't care about no facts. They're not going to do the research to
Yes.
find out. Well, let me just check. That's wishful thinking.
Right. You're right, Gigi. You're spot on with that. And I believe it is an agenda. It is an agenda. Because the way that man twists that thing up on there, it's like these 4 officers just killed this young man, and it's the black woman's fault. I mean, if that's not an agenda, if that's not screaming an agenda, I don't know what is. So I just wanted to defend single black moms. I wanted to defend us from that mammy, and I'm calling her a mammy, that called in and agreed with that fool. Stevie Wonder could see that that was an agenda. The only thing I agree with her on was the fact that that young man was murdered. I agree with her on that, and I disagree with people making excuses saying he should have did this, maybe he should have did that, or he should have did this. I can't agree with that because the boy was scared. The young man was afraid, and you don't know what he could have been thinking in his mind. So people need to knock that off. He did nothing to warrant that, and he was afraid. You could totally see it. So there's no way around that. If you run up on the wrong thing again, I'm pointing out Scorpion Unit. Those guys were on a mission, in my opinion. They were on a mission, and he was just at the wrong place, unfortunately, I believe, at the wrong time. Because it wasn't him, and it was another black man, it would have been somebody else. That's what I believe. I believe those guys seemed like they were just out for blood, period. And the only thing, if I had a black son, I'm going to say it again, Gigi, I would say if you get pulled over by the police at night and you see a bunch of them, play dead. Just play, grab your heart like you're having a heart attack. Because saying yes, sir, and being compliant may not work for you. I don't care what nobody says, because we saw him do it, and it happened to him. So they need to miss me with that bull. That's it, Gigi. I know you got other callers. Thank you. I appreciate you, sis, covering this, because we're all emotional, you know.
Yeah, we appreciate you.
Bashing each other. I'm tired of us bashing each other. We should quit bashing the black community. Stop it. We're not perfect, and nobody else is. Nobody else is. So they need to quit with that. We're doomed. We're this. They want us to think that. That broke my heart when I heard that. We're not doomed. We're doomed to our bad thinking. White man has been doing horrible stuff in this country for years, but yet we still put him on a pedestal. He's done wickedness. But we're doomed? Please, stop, black people. Stop it. We're human. All right, you have a good one.
All right, appreciate you. All right.
Thank you.
We're going to let her go. Calling from 860. You're live on the air.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you feeling?
Man, oh man, it's best if I ask you how you feeling.
I feel that this might be the one time in history where black women collectively, we got to sit this out. I think this is an opportunity for black men to prove themselves as leaders amongst ourselves and just, I guess, America as a whole by leading whatever type of protest, whatever type of resistance they want to do. No, y'all got this. And this dog whistling of, black single mother, yeah, no, half of us don't even want to have kids, let alone sons at this point. So my hope is that we learn from this and allow black men to be black men and lead and on the lowest of keys police each other, because I don't know what caller said it before, but that fraternity, that it's this weird, as long as the other black men validate me, then I know I'm right. But it's like, nah, you're going to have to take this L on your own. And that's all I got. Really, I think I need a nap at this point.
Okay, well, I appreciate you for calling in. We're going to let you go at that time. Calling from 901 Memphis, you're on the air.
Hey, Gigi.
Hey, how's it going? Talk to me. What are your thoughts about this?
Oh,
a wild evening. I'm so happy to be able to get into your line. I appreciate you taking my call. I know you had a lot of callers before. I am in Memphis. I'm going to go touch bases on something. One, I feel as a mom, I'm a mom myself, so I feel for Miss Wells. I saw the press conference, and I heard everything that Crump said, her response, the stepdad, and he calls, Tyre calls stepdad daddy. So that lets me know that there was a president already there. He came from San Francisco, came to Memphis, and he had been here for 2 years. Worked at Federal Express, skateboarder, yes. Photographer, yes. Like, all of that checks the box. Like, this this grown man had, I would say, kid-like tendencies in the sense of not a troublemaker. So when she says a good kid, that is definitely that. He had that persona. He did photography. He did the skateboarding. They show everything that he's done. And then he's a father. And people forget that part. He is a father above all. And, yes, he's a mother. He's a son to a great mother. Moving from that, this Scorpion unit. The Scorpion unit was because it's now dismantled. To let people know, it is now dismantled. It should have never started, but it's now dismantled. It started in 2001 for the heavy, and I know your channel, I'm going to say D's, M's, and K's. So this was a no-tolerance type unit. So if there was anything as a pin drop, they were on 10s. Listen to the police chief's statement. They came in on 10s. That's where they were trained. They were given an assignment to go to certain areas and be on 10 to look for those that were doing whatever. Now, they said reckless endangerment, but if you go back and play the police chief's video, her statement, she said that it's not founded. It is not in record. It is not recorded, and there's nothing to back that up. So they acted outside of that. Now, the other part of that, these 5 gentlemen started, most of them in 2020, 1 year after the name Scorpion Unit was founded. They had to be that. They had to do that in order to stay within that. They wanted to be that unit, to be, quote unquote, bout it, to take on the big dogs in those exclamation point hood areas. Okay? They had to do that. That's what they were trained to do. So some of that fault goes on to the uppers. They were given an assignment. You see something, you go for it. And that's what they were trained to do. Now, I am not in no way trying to diminish this young man's murder. But what I'm saying is that these 5 individuals, go back and look at the video. It wasn't just 5. It was 18 people on site. The EMTs need to be released. They came on site, put a red bag down. They did not assist that young man when he was in his prime of pain. He was in a prime of pain. If you listen closely, one of the officers was a non-POC. He said, sit up, in a very shoutful voice. That young man could not sit up. He had engaged in so much distraught, so much pain. He could not sit himself up. His hands were cuffed behind his back. A non-POC said, again, sit up. Then you see the 2 black officers come over and put him up. Again, on the scene, 2 sheriff deputies that have just been released. This is new information. As of today, they have been on notice that they may be released. On camera, 2 sheriff's deputies, in tan. Look at the video. They have tan pants on. They come on the scene. They see the situation. They engage, and then they bow out. So they have knowledge of what's going on. And the EMTs are still on the scene, not giving aid. There was more than 5. More than 5. The 18 need to be charged watching, not giving aid. The ones that were smoking and walking away. Who got time for a cigarette? There's a young man, life in danger. Who's got time to smoke? You walk away, lights are flaring. You see the blue lights. There's red lights in the background. That's the EMTs. And then you got the fire department there. Why are they onlookers? It's because somebody was told that the Scorpion unit is doing what they supposed to do, and y'all need to stand back. Somebody gave the order for them to stand down. Why was that order given? When somebody is falling over on the car, hands tied behind his back several times, the non-POC comes over again. Watch the video. He comes over again and says, "Can you sit up?" That man could never sit up. It's deplorable. It's despicable. 2 sheriff deputies were on the scene, and as of today, they are now in the investigation to be questioned. They are on that sky camera, not the body cam. Forget the body cam. Go to the sky cam over that city, on that street. Go to the sky cam. You will see the sheriff deputies pulling up, asking what happened. They get the word from the quote-unquote big dog to stand back. They walk up to the brother, and they see him slobbing, nonverbal. That man was probably going in and out of convulsions. He was probably going in and out of whatever because he got that kicked in the head. Those boots were probably steel-toe boots that they kicked him with, no doubt. But they were acting as if it was a DMK situation, and it was not. Play the video back. Brother was calm from the get-go. He had on Vans. He said, "I am cooperative. What do you need? What did I do wrong? What did I do wrong?" He wanted answers, and he feared for his life. He saw the aggression. When somebody is looking at you in their eyes and they're not trying to give you no way out, he flight or flee or stay. He fled, and the Scorpion unit didn't like that. They didn't want to be challenged. They didn't want somebody to get away on their watch. So they went 10 toes down and hunt that man down like a dog. He was running for his fucking life. And I'm raising 2 sons, and I want them to run too. Because you know what? If they are trained to do that in an area where they say it's KMD, they already on 10. It ain't nothing gonna bring them down from that. They was already on 10. Immediately, you hear the camera. You hear the men start spilling lies already. He must have been on this. He must have been on that. Oh, man. You see how he got me? It's a game to them. I heard it's a fight club game. They get points. I heard
Every man ain't knocked down that don't die, they get points in the Scorpion unit. They get points. They were pledging themselves in 2020. This became 2021. They wanted to be in with all the boys. They wanted to join all the blue. They wanted to be a part of that. So they did whatever they had to do to get another man, another number under their belt at whatever cost. It ain't got nothing to do with nobody's mama. It has everything to do with blue. Forget somebody's mama. They trying to challenge the system. They tired of being on the other side of the wheel. Them men got a tattoo. That one of the guys on here, Martin Emmett, he got pulled over. Look at y'all need to look at all these men's information. Some of these men got pulled over in the past. They became blue to make a point. It's a story behind all this stuff. It ain't about no single mamas. These men got an agenda. They're trying to prove to the blue and the light blue in the system that, yeah, I can knock them down. I'm one of them. They going to trust me. Check that out. I got them. You hear it. It's like a point system. Yeah, man, he was rough, wasn't it? Yeah, I got him down. You hear it in the camera. Those body cameras didn't lie. You hear it. Y'all, across America, y'all saw that man lay on that ground. Multiple times they picked him up, sat him up, laid him down when he fell down, and nobody administered, fire the EMTs, fire the firefighters, whoever pulled up on that scene and saw that man, fuck the fire cops. It's 18 motherfuckers that got to go down. 18. So that's everybody's child out there. And for anybody that's saying anything else, you ain't from the M. You don't know what it's like to get pulled over and have them blue lights on you. You don't know what they gonna do. Because that Scorpion unit, they on that shit. That Scorpion unit, they bout it. They looking for that score. They trying to get the ranks. They trying to be a part of the blue. These are newbies. All the fine guys, they knew. The Scorpion unit been going. They just got in. They trying to stay in. Look up the club fight. Look up the points. How many points they get for a non-violent offender? How many points they get for a drug dealer? How many points? Look up the point system. What they get. Why they join. Look at it. Right after COVID, 2020, March 2020, April 2020. Look at the dates. They all got lined up for whatever reason. For whatever reason. I pray for all the sons in Memphis, Nashville, Summitville. I pray for all the brothers in Atlanta because it's hard out there too. I pray for the boys in Mississippi. They out there too. The Scorpion unit is just the beginning. They got another name in Mississippi. They got another name. They already operating. The only reason why the Scorpion unit is revealed at this point is because Tyre died. The Scorpion unit was never going to be unveiled. Never. If this man had lived, it would have been another, as y'all say, Rodney King. But we all know Rodney King was on some other D's. This man was sober. This man was cooperative until he thought his life was in danger. Go back and look at the video. The people that's talking about XYZ, if you didn't watch the camera and you didn't watch the sky cam, you can't even say shit on this matter. For real. I promise y'all, I didn't even want to watch it. But I said, how can I talk on something I don't know shit about? You gotta watch it. If you want to have a say in this, and you want to know what the fuck going on in Memphis and other police station units, you need to watch the fucking video. You need to see how the shit was handled from the jump. And you need to see the follow-up. These 5 right here, check it out. Remember what I said, when he falls over, The non-POC jumps in and he said, you ain't going nowhere. I think that's the head of the five. When I say non-POC, that means light bright. You get it? All right, I know you do. He comes in, you'll see it on the video. He leans down on Tyre and asks him, he says, can you sit up? Tyre mumbles, and he was like, well, you ain't going nowhere. A non-POC says that on the scene, it's on the body cam and the sky cam. So when they say 5 officers, no, it was 18. I'm including the EMTs. I'm including the fire department that pulled up. Nobody administered aid. Why do our lives matter less? Why do our lives matter less? That's bullshit. The EMTs need to be fired. The Shelby, the sheriff department that showed up, he on the sky cam, y'all. Y'all can't deny this shit. Look for them tan pants. He asked the brother, is he okay? That man was incoherent. I know it's some people out there that was like, I can't watch the video. It's going to be too traumatizing. I get all that. I was all in my feelings about it. But as a mom, I was like, wait a minute. I heard about this Scorpion unit stuff. Wait a minute. Let me check this stuff out for myself. Let me just make sure this ain't no attack mode stuff. Y'all, it was attack mode stuff. It was. They was looking for whoever, and just so happened, this young man was on the strip when they was looking. Just so happened. And just so happened, thankful for the sky cop on the pole. They caught the whole thing. So when they talk about he was doing this and doing that, y'all, when you look at the body cam, zoom out or go to another computer or do your sidebar and go to the sky cop cam and look at that, because it don't add up. Immediately they started with the lies. They started saying he had this in his system. He was smoking that, doing that. No. You gonna blame drugs on this man? Really? Y'all, listen, just watch the facts. Forget this dismemberment about single moms. Stop all of that. It's not about moms. It's about the Scorpion unit being on 10. Already looking. They were just out there looking, y'all. I'm telling y'all. Now, if you ever been to Memphis and you ever had a situation with the cops, you know how they can get. So times that times 10 with the Scorpion unit. They got upset, very upset, because he challenged them. He said, man, I'm calm. You heard Tyre say it. Don't deny it. For the people that watched the video, Tyre said, man, I'm calm. What did I do? What did I do? That man was calm. And because he challenged them and he was so scared, he saw them eyes, them demon eyes. He saw them and he had to run. He had to, because he saw what they was on. They was on 10. You heard the chief. She ain't lying. She gave the order. The chief gave the order. The chief gave the order. She ain't exempt either. The chief gave the order. That's why the Scorpion unit is in existence. And that's why it ended today. Because she don't want to be faltered either. Man, y'all, it's more than just them 5. Look at the video. It's 18. It's the non-POC, the EMTs, and the fire department that came on the scene. Anybody that came on scene, did I help that man? They are watching. They were taking notes, and they didn't do shit. And they walked off. Paid leave or none, they still there. They on camera. It ain't no lie. Look at the sheriff deputy. They just released it today on Instagram saying 2 sheriff deputies are going to be investigated. Not fired, but investigated. Man, oh, Jesus. I heard the world was going to shit
But I ain't know it was gonna start with the fucking idea of the Scorpion unit. This shit is crazy. It started in 2020. These officers got hired in 2001. They had an agenda. They didn't have, listen, these 5 dudes, they didn't have their own personal agenda. It was given to them. That's the fucked up part about it. How to lessen your people than with your own people. People need to fucking wake up.
Hello, can y'all hear me? I don't know if anybody can hear me. Please press 1. You can't hear me? Please press 1 if you can hear me. Please press 1 if you can hear me. Lord have mercy. I said press 1. Okay, Lord Jesus. God dang. Y'all see how they do? They been coming for me, y'all. They be coming for me. Do you hear me? How many issues have we had today on this live? We had a lot of issues with this live. And the spirit of mute is trying to mute us up. Man, oh man, that sister was talking, and I apologize, sister. I think I just need to get a whole different program of software. This time, my whole computer didn't crash. It went boop, everything. I just had to re-upload it. Man, oh man, is it time for me to get a new computer? I may have to get a new computer, y'all. So comment, let us know how y'all feel. Do you guys want me to open up the phone lines back up? If you for opening let's just do a vote right here. How about that? Yeah, how y'all feeling right now? I'm going to end this poll. I'm going to start another poll. I apologize about that. It was a list of callers calling in too, and I apologize. Let me do a poll. Open the phone line back up. I'm going to say open the phone line back up. Phone line back up. Yes or no? All right, so I did a thing right here. Whew. Man, oh man, it's something, ain't it? Don't the devil work? So let me go to, so I can get the phone lines back on. Please give me 1 second. Uh-oh. Let me cancel that. Okay, I got to start it up. Create. Please like this video. Please, if you guys can take this moment, y'all know it's a struggle up here. Please like this video. Come on, y'all. Let's just get it up to 2,000 likes. Come on. And do you guys want to continue talking about this topic tomorrow? Press 15 if you want to continue this live about talking about this on tomorrow's live, giving updates. Do you guys want to stay on this story? Staying on the story, that means that every day we will have a live regarding this story until we can find a resolution. So press 15 if you would like that to keep it updated. And so I'm going to call back in. Let me see, call. All right. And I thank for everybody for hanging in on even though the thing shut down. I just want to thank you all for
your show now. Press 1 to hear important instructions.
Your show is scheduled to start in 35 seconds. It appears that the host has already dialed into this show. Only one host is allowed per show. Thank you for using Blog Talk Radio. Goodbye.
I have no idea what that means. All right. Calling from 909. You're calling from 909. You're live on the air. Hello, 909. Can you hear? 909. Okay, we're going to put you on pause. Okay, start the next episode and now ignore the call. Start that. Okay, I'm just trying to get this thing together. Calling from 708. Can you hear me? 708. 70. You are not. Continue. Okay, let me do the direct call again. Man, oh man, now I can't even I'm trying to get this to work and this giving me problems.
Your show now, press 1.
Since it appears you're calling back into a live show, we are reconnecting you now.
All right.
Your show will go live in 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hello? 407?
Talk Radio.
Hello, 40.
Gigi?
Yeah, I can hear something. Go ahead, talk to me.
Hey, you can hear me, Gigi?
Yes, I can hear you great.
Okay, good. I just wanted to call in and reference the guy saying that this incident was a result of Black single motherhood. That's a lie. That's just crazy. I can't believe he went online on TV and even said that. And I just wanted to say to Black women, just stay at home. Don't protest. Don't march for them. They're always calling us masculine. Protesting, marching, that's masculine behavior. And I just feel like we shouldn't even be partaking in that. Men go to war. Men go out on the lines and fight with the police and get pepper sprayed and beat up. Let them handle it. Stay at home and, be the single moms that they call y'all. That's what they say all the time. Y'all are single moms, And, I can't tell women what to do, but if there's one message that I can just give y'all, it would just be to stop sleeping with them. Stop sleeping with Black men altogether. And that's all I wanted to say, Gigi.
All right, thank you so much. All right, calling from 111. You're live on the air.
Gigi, I'm back.
How you doing, Ty? How you doing? I'm gonna be quiet. Go ahead.
Because the woman sent for me, and I'm like, lady, when it comes down to wickedness, they always switch up things to pull and reel the people back in. But it's so sad to me because with this unfortunate situation, it has proven that the people are tired. Now, you would figure that those who choose to reproduce and continue this race would hear the cries of the people. Am I right or wrong? That's all we've been hearing on this panel, the cries of the people, correct?
Uh-huh.
So why does that not resonate? The woman says she was a mother with 2 daughters. Why does that not resonate with the womb of the people? Because, we see this unpredictable, manic behavior that's present in a lot of people. And there are people who are intelligent enough to connect the dots. We know. I know that we're supposed to be programmed amongst the people a certain type of way, but we see and we know what we witnessed growing up, even if it wasn't in the household. So, it's fascinating. Why aren't the cries of the people? And then this is something I even heard Dick Gregory say. I know where she got it from. Well, what about them and what about the KKK? I can verify for all the Black people listening right now. How at risk are you of being violated by the KKK? Huh? Can I see the answer to that in chat? Oh, okay. Can I be heard, Gigi?
We all listening to you. You got the floor.
Like I said, because the wicked hate to be challenged, not you, Gigi. But what I'm saying is, what's the likelihood? And in fact, if this man had encountered, say, some white racist, quote unquote, cops, he most likely would have lived. Ain't that something? Only Black can produce that kind of hatred. Where is the hatred coming from? Nobody can tell the truth. Nobody can tell the truth, and it's catching up. No one can be honest, and it's catching up. But like I said, when you're not clean, I'm clean. I have no stake in none of this shit. I didn't contribute to this tyranny. I'm clean. When you're clean, you're able to approach things from an honest standpoint. I have nothing invested. Nothing. So I wonder if the cries of the people would resonate. We're looking and witnessing the black single mother dysfunction right now. How come you don't hear the cries of the race? Where did these black males come from in this state, and even some black females? They want to fight. They what's her name? Christian Rock. They're full of anger. Look at Gossip GIGI was just talking about them the other day. What's wrong with the people, sis? Because Daddy wasn't there, right? And you doing it all by yourself. So what happened to the people? I have a question. Why are the people in pain? Because we ain't running from white men on horses no more. So what's going on with the people, sis? I would love to know. I would love to know. And once again, I don't know what her definition of a mammy. See, the thing is, amongst black people, y'all keep switching up definitions. Now, we knew what the mammy was on the plantation, how she catered to massa and the children and made sure that white folks was all right. And then the modern term are those who cater and pander to what? The dysfunctional black males. Those are mammy. When have I catered and pandered to the dysfunctional black male? No, I'm a mammy because I'm intelligent and I'm not afraid to have an independent thought. I broke free of those psychological demonic shackles that's amongst the people. And let me tell y'all something. It's okay to be an individual and not a follower. Y'all living in pure fear and tyranny on a daily basis, and that woman wants y'all to sit up and worry about the KKK. And what happened January the 6th, when those white rednecks ran up in the Capitol Hill, guess what? They were all arrested. What about your children that was looting and rioting in 2020? Not one arrest. And if they were arrested, the charges were dropped. This country don't play with rednecks. They said we gotta lock these motherfuckers up. See, that's the difference. They were in fact held accountable. Hitler was held accountable. What about your sons, sis? What about your sons? Your daughters in this society, as soon as they see another black woman, they hate her guts. I wonder how many times she was called a bitch in the household and punched in the face and dehumanized in your household. You show your dysfunction to everybody. And then we're supposed to live under your wicked rule on your lies? Oh, I'm a mammy because I know your truth. Huh, I see them edges. Huh, huh, huh. I see them lashes. Yeah. I see them funky lace fronts. Oh, I guess that makes me a mammy because I see you. Why not see my haters, my oppressors? So now you have raised sons that are full of anger and so irrational they can't be corrected. That's out here, and they've been killing the people. We just seen it. I could have a whole bunch of other names since she named so many. What's his name? Darion Albert of Chicago, 16-year-old, beat to death years ago. We seen that on video. That wasn't even as brutal as what we saw today, what I saw today. Yeah, sis. Yeah, you think that in order to be pro me, I got to be pro you? With the hatred that you done raised and grown? What's wrong with your kids? Daddy wasn't there. Yeah, he got the easy scapegoat. Yeah. And you make sure you created an environment where they're free to roam. You created an environment where they're free to roam. Not held accountable at all. Uh-huh. Yeah. So I just had to get this out. We have wickedness amongst the people, y'all. This ain't nothing new. You encounter the hatred of other black people on a regular basis. It's so regular, it's been normalized. Black people viciously hate other black people and will do anything to destroy you. God forbid if you're an entrepreneur. Huh! How much support will you get? But they go to the Chinese store, the Dominican, the Indian, the Arab store. Yeah. In a black store, I've seen a lot of them come and go. They don't stand a chance because they don't get supported. If you ever open a black business, you better have an Indian or an Arab or a Mexican or a Dominican or a Asian behind that counter because black people will not support if they know you own it. Yeah, this is what you raised. The lace front race. Anything better than naps, right, sis? And then you wonder where he came from. You're the trainer. The white man know that. You're the trainer. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm losing it. Got the Holy Spirit. Plantation ghost. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Keep playing games with the universe. The more and more is being revealed. Y'all don't respect the universe because you've detached from yourselves and your own womb. Y'all don't even care about the outcome of your children. They inherit nothing but mental illness and trauma. But we can't point the finger at you? Oh, yeah. Yeah. A lot of these black males learned how to hate black women from their mothers. Oops. 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 Yeah. They want us in bondage and be on the down low for their secrets and point to the black man. It's just him. No, he cannot and will not move alone. He cannot and will not move alone. Huh? Who's his headliner? Huh? Who gives the orders? Yeah. You raised your wrath. You should see the daughters when they embody their sick mothers. You should see them. As soon as you go in the store, she take one look at you. And everybody looks at her. And she's sick. Who does she come from? It's not just the sons, it's the daughters too. But she called for me. Tried to call in. I mean, I don't understand. I guess she wanted to do that ghetto bullying that's very common amongst the people. You're going to think how I want you to think. She's going to blame the KKK, who's been shooting and killing black women and children and killing black men down in the street for at least 100 years now. Has it been the KKK? Since when have we had to deal with the KKK? If that's not wickedness, then wants you to turn a blind eye to truth, because these women have gotten what they wanted, dare I say. And they know they have, so she performed her ritual on the people to get them to all scramble-minded. But who do you deal with on a regular basis, if not daily basis, from your family to on the block, the neighborhood, the street? It's other black people. Yeah. Oh, Gigi done probably fell asleep.
No, I'm here. I'm just listening.
I'm sorry, that lady called for me, and I had tried to answer right back, but I couldn't get through the line. But now I'm here. See? Now I'm here. Tell me where I lied. She could never tell you. She just said, look at January the 6th. And all of those people were held accountable. Oh, look at over here and look at over there. But don't look at her and that stomach and that body and that energy and that, dare I say, Satanism and that self-hatred. Oh, no, don't look at her. Look over here, look over there, look over there. Okay, no, that doesn't work on me. That doesn't work on me. The people are in pain. People have been calling up here crying, and you felt nothing. Even I'm upset. I admitted that. I seen what was going on. I waited to look, and then I fucked up and looked. Demon shit. And it doesn't bother you at all. You just want to get the heat off of you. But the white man know the truth. Ain't that a bitch? White man, the white woman, that Indian, Arab, they all know the fucking truth. That's why they have to handle them a certain type of way, due to the way they were raised and groomed and trained. Yeah. So I just had to get that out. Freedom of speech. Yeah. Freedom of speech. Listen to the cries of the people and you feel nothing. Mother. Single mother. You single, y'all don't even know how this shit works. Y'all single even when you have a man in the house. That is some weird ass shit. Even with a man there, you're still a single mother. Don't have any clue how this shit works. That's why I'm not a participant in any way, shape, or form. So it's time to please blame where that should be blamed. What the hell happened to these men that they could be so demonic and vicious and trifling and destructive and torture to that degree? I have stopped a lot of mothers, black mothers in public, from abusing their children. Not disciplining, but abusing. Seems to me like when bullies and abusers do shit like that, they have been victims themselves. They have been victimized themselves. But we're not supposed to look at your household. Nobody can call a spade a spade. I'm free. And so you hate me because I am free. I just had to get that shit out. Listen to the cries of the people. That last woman I just heard was emotional. Black mother! Do you feel the people? We've been under attack internally, and you feel nothing. Sociopaths! But you want to act like you're the glue holding us all together when you have been, indeed, dare I say, an agent? You feel nothing. These people up here, grown people up here, emotional. The men didn't cry, but I could hear their emotions. The people are hurting. The people are hurting. Your children, black mother, are hurting. Do you not feel that? Do you not hear that cry? You feel nothing, but you want to act like you're one of the good ones? So, I'm checking the comments. I'm sorry. Shout out to the chat, whether you agree or disagree. I'm sorry for yelling. I'm emotional. I was crying earlier before I even called in. That did something to me. The people are tired, sis. I know you're going to hear this. The people are tired. The people are tired. There has been war waged against them internally. The outside forces can't touch without the inside forces. Okay? You got your son. Where with the black man walking around talking about who got good hair or bad hair? Grown men. Where did they get that shit from? Where did they get that from? Talking about hair. Who need to get their hair done? But we can't point the finger at you. We can't point the finger at you because then we wrong because you're doing us a favor. Doing a fucked up job, but as long as you're on your job, doing a fucked up job for generations now. But as long as you're there, we should be happy. We need you to walk off. Yeah. We need you to go someplace else. Okay? Go worry about going to the club, going to the bar, getting your hair and nails done. Excuse me. Worry about getting your hair and nails did. Yeah. Chasing men. We need you to go someplace else because you're not working. Nope, the men ain't working right, and you ain't working right either. And your lace front is fucked up. And I'm tired of looking at this shit.
All right.
I'm sorry. I'm not sure, lace front Gigi. I'm sorry.
You know what? You
I'm not you, Gigi. As soon as I mentioned lace front, Gigi came out the cut. Not you, Gigi. But you know you got priorities. Like we don't see these women that worry more about their hair than the state of their children. You see this shit. You can't come. The people are upset. The universe is crying. The children of the race are crying, and we're grown. We're crying and we're grown. We're upset. We're tired of what you have produced. Period.
I had to stop at the lace front, y'all. I gotta stop at the lace front.
I'm sorry, Gigi.
I'm just talking shit. I said I gotta stop at the damn lace fronts.
Them lace fronts be having demons in it. That's why I be tilted and the edges be all crusty and shit. And they don't even see it because that's a demon. Oh, my God. And a demon tried to come for me. Slapping a perm upside that daughter's head. They tried to come for me. Then it break off, and then they got to buy the lace from China, man. I'm sick of this shit, Gigi. Did you hear the people crying, Gigi? That's what got me upset. Did you hear this shit? The people are emotional. And this is terrible. But they're going to try to suck you and pull you back in. I just want to know when the last time you had an encounter with the KKK. That's all I want to know. But we got to deal with, go to the Rite Aid, CVS, Walgreens, Walmart, Target, go to the bank, the grocery store. We got to sit up and deal with nasty attitudes for just being black. Huh. Yeah, but we ain't supposed to see this shit. All right, Gigi, I'm sorry. I love you.
I love you too, boo. All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you for using Blog Talk Radio. Goodbye.
All right. Do I have to call in? Well, that was interesting. So I'm going to get the other phone calls. Just give me a second. This internet stuff is just really getting on my nerves. Okay. Create a No. Okay, please like this video. We are begging for likes. Please let me know if you can hear me. Okay, I seen some people. We have to do the phone lines all over again. I don't know what's going on with this. I have to create something again. Just give me 1 second. Please like this video. We begging for likes. I'm getting the phone calls. And if you guys just got in here, every day we're going to do a live updating you guys about this case. So if you didn't get a chance to talk about this tonight and you don't want to talk about it tonight, maybe it's too late for you, you will have a chance to speak this week because we're going to cover it every day until we get some, until you guys are satisfied. How about that?
Your show now, press 1.
Your show is scheduled to start in 38 seconds.
678, can you hear me? All right. So I got to wait to 30 seconds for it to pop in, but feel free to call in. And sometimes it booted you guys off. Please feel free to call in. I can't believe you wasn't scared of... Hello, 678. I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Your show will go live in 5 seconds. 4,
Oh, okay.
3,
Yeah, they're doing a
2,
countdown.
1.
Okay.
Blog Talk Radio.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I was saying, I know you like that crazy shit, but that's too much. Okay. She turning it into a comedy show. Now, it's a very serious issue anytime someone get killed. The man that spoke out about the single mothers, some parts of it is true, but what I'm thinking about is why didn't he hit on that issue about the absent fathers? When you talking to white people, you have to cover everything. You can't just come on and shout out about one issue that's going on in this community. Now, about the lady talking about protests. Protests is what put the white cop in jail that killed George Floyd. So it do some good when you go out there and speak up. You know, a lot of our history people just don't know. And yes, it's a lot of black on black hatred, but instead of yelling and howling and screaming, you should be doing better to have conversations. And all of us ladies need to have conversations about how to turn the families around. Now, I'm not your typical black woman. I was raised differently. I did not have children until I got married. I didn't even have a lot of children, okay? I had one children, and I went according to our incomes until our incomes increased. Then I went into thinking about helping others, okay, to reach that status instead of having children outside of wedlock. I went around and spoke with young ladies and tried to change things in our community. That's how you change it. You don't look down on people. You don't talk about them. You go and help them. It's just like how we learned something new when they said, don't talk about your husband, pray for your husband. I didn't even hear that until it was too late. So if you're not putting positivity out there and you hooping and howling and just, trashing people, people don't listen to that. They look at your actions. So if you're going to do something, help people. But yelling, howling, and stereotype and all that, we have did that for years. It haven't got us anywhere as black people. And I think black women have had, where they got together and spoke on how to change things and how to change men. Men is not going to change because everything is in their favor. How you change men, you have to change as women how you deal with men. So I'm more with the solutions. We know what all the damn problems is in the community. We've been talking about it since I was a baby. And I've been raised, went to school, everything, done things differently because I did not want the same lifestyle that I saw around myself as living brought up in the ghetto. I'm not in the ghetto now because I thought differently. But I still reach out to anyone that wants a different life. So I think we need to deal with the solutions now instead of yelling and hollering about, people's shortcomings, how they was raised and different things. Yes, it do play a part. But if you are an adult now, why don't you reach out to your sister? I don't care if she has a lace front, makeup, or whatever. It's reasons for all of that. They've been designed and trained that this is what beauty is. And we could get on a whole other topic about men and the abandonment and things that they have done, yes. But we need to have conversations, okay, with each other. And this is where we get to solving these things, black on black crime, everything. So to the young lady, if she going to call back, the lady, if she going to call back in hooping and hollering, I tell you, sister, you need to change your tone. You need to stop the comedy show, okay? And let's have a real conversation. And that's what I wanted to say.
And I appreciate it, and thank you for shifting it. We need, people like you. Thank you so much. All right.
Take care.
Take care. We're going to let you go. Okay. Some people are saying that I should start a StreamYard where I can have a panel. Would you guys like for me to attempt to do StreamYard tomorrow to create a panel atmosphere? Comment, let us know. Press 12 if you want me to attempt to do StreamYard, a panel atmosphere. Calling from 512. You're live on the air. 512.
Hey, teacher. How are y'all?
I'm okay.
That's good. Power of the Witch's Rise course and scene.
You know what? I didn't want to judge. I really didn't want to judge. Like, I heard the voice, and I did not want to judge. But I guess sometimes you got to, because let me keep going. Calling from 901. You're live on the air.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing pretty good.
Hello.
About yourself?
I'm doing pretty good. Hey, I was calling because a lot of people don't know the basically the environment here in Memphis. First, I like to say that when the let's talk about the police officer and the young man. The young man, when he was pulled over, and basically the police snatched him out the car. And when somebody comes snatch you out your car, and you don't know why, so you in fright and flight. So he ran, and I would have too. And for people that saying that he didn't comply and resist it, they never been sprayed in the face with mace or pepper spray or hit. You automatically gonna reach for the spot where you in pain at. He was covering up his eyes. He was, hit in the head really hard. And so he gonna cover up and run. So he did comply, and he tried to protect himself. Imagine someone hit you in your face or spraying you. You're gonna try to cover up. You're gonna try, and that's not resisting. That's just a natural thing that you would do, basically. But that Scorpion unit is a unit that was created back in 2021. Mainly because of the outcry of the citizens here, with this carjacking, at least 50 carjackings a day here. A lot of the young ladies, they're getting snatched, kidnapped, forced into prostitution. It's just a lot going on. So, yeah, those officers were on 10, but everybody got rights. Even if he was doing wrong or anybody do wrong, they still have rights. But that unit is on 10. She sent those units, Chief Davis, she sent them to the areas of the city where the crime rate is so high, and the citizens scared to go outside, scared to go to the grocery store. They just afraid, and that's why a lot of people didn't go out in Memphis to even demonstrate or to protest, because 9 times out of 10 they might don't come back home, and if they come back home, it'll probably be without their car, But that done is those 5 officers. I think they came with an agenda. I think they need to investigate a little bit more, because that was too excessive to even just to pull him out the car. I think there's some underlying reasons there to just snatch him and start beating him. So I think there needs to be a thorough investigation of that, and she needs to get to the bottom of it and reveal it to the people
That is definitely not a norm. I have been roughed up by the police here. This not the first ward. That squad is not the first ward. In the 90s, they had the jump and grab squad. They jumped, they grabbed you, threw you to the ground, they punched you, rough you up. But what they did was totally excessive. It's like they came for murder, and it definitely needs to be a little bit more investigation about that. But the city is only 700,000 people within the city limits here, and last year we had almost 400 murders in the state of New York, well, the city of New York, where it's millions, 4 to 6 million people in it. They had 400 and some murders, about 70 more murders than we did. So it's just a lot going on here. So everybody's on 10, not just those officers. And so people need to kind of know you're looking at things based on your experience and your perception. But they need to realize our environment and their environment is not the same. So you need to study and look in it a little bit more so we can come up with real solutions, not just here, but wherever you're at too. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you so much, Memphis, for letting us know. Okay. Calling from 213. You're live from the air.
Hey, Gigi. I'm calling back.
Oh, shoot. How you doing?
I'm doing good. I heard my fan speak. And you know what? The first time I heard her, she sounded somewhat intelligent. But the second time, she sounded like she was under the influence of something. And it was not intelligence. So let me just say this, because I don't want to make this about me and her going back and forth, because that's not what this is about. I just want to call in and say I would love for you to have a panel. This way we can, and when the panel is set up, make sure that they have to come on live and they can't hide behind that avatar or something like that, so she can see that I don't have a lace front. And she's just as bad as those officers. She has an attitude of, well, she assumes all single mothers act a certain way, and that's called stereotyping. And that's just what those officers did to that young black man. They assumed he was up to no good. So she's guilty of having the same type of attitude that they have. Yet she gets on the phone. She really sounded like she was out of her mind. So I'm not addressing ignorance. I can't. And when I brought up the KKK, I know we don't deal with the KKK today, but what we do deal with, maybe I should talk slower so she can understand. I was speaking of the years of brutality that this country has went through. Okay, so yeah, we're not dealing with the KKK today, but what we are dealing with are young white men coming in and spraying up schools and spraying up movie theaters. That happens recently. We had a young white man come and shoot up a church after the group of people prayed for him. Did she not forget that? And he was offered to go to Burger King after the killing. My point in even bringing that up was she was agreeing with the man that said it was single women's fault because of the behavior of those officers. That's what I was defending. So obviously she's not intelligent. So I'm not going to go back and forth on someone that's not intelligent. That's a waste of time. And again, like the caller before, it's taken away from the energy of what this is about. People are upset about what they saw, and we're really trying to come up with solutions. So me arguing with a moron is not going to work. Okay, I love my people. When I got on here the first time, I said we should stop putting each other down. I just disagreed with what she was saying in regards to that guy saying it's single mom's fault. She doesn't sound like she's even a mother. Nothing, I mean, you have to know what it's like to raise children if you're going to speak on it. And in regards to me, yes, I was married when I had my two gorgeous girls. And none of us wear lace fronts. And even if we did, whoever does wear them, that's their business. That has nothing to do with what happened to this young man. And that's where the focus needs to be. A mother, a stepdad, a family is hurting tonight. And I'm not going to get on the phone and argue about lace fronts. It's ignorant. And I'm far from ignorant. So I just wanted to call back in when she kind of, again, I could clearly see, and the chat can clearly see, that she sounded like she was under the influence of something. And this is not a joke. This is a serious matter. So I just wanted to call back in to say, when I brought up the KKK, I think everybody understood that. I was talking about the history of this country and how come when they do stuff, their single moms, white moms are not questioned. That was my point. So, just tell her just give her a message for me. Tell her crack is whack. And I welcome to have a panel. I would be more than happy to be on your panel in person. So
all right. Well, I will try to make it happen tomorrow. I'm going to try StreamYard and see if I can make that happen.
Save my number, and I'll tell her she can come on the panel, and I'll come on the panel, and she'll see I have all my edges. And I wear my hair natural. I don't do lace fronts. And again, nothing against women that do. She stereotypes. She assumes stuff. And she's just as bad, in my opinion, as those officers. Black folk do that to each other. They stereotype. And that's one of the big problems we have in our community. We come in all rainbows, colors, creeds, education. We are not one box fits all. So tell her just to lay off the alcohol or the crack, whichever one she's using tonight. And then she could have a conversation with me. Have a good night.
All right. Good night. All right. So we're going to try to get a panel tomorrow, you guys, and see how that works. I've never did a panel before, so, hey, pray for us. Let's go on to our next caller. Let's give a big old thank you to Cookie Confident, donating $20 to our Cash App for computer fun, FemRap Elite. Thank you so much, FemRap Elite. We appreciate that. Let's give another thank you to Mr. Smith, donating $20. Said we're doing a good job from our Cash App. We appreciate that. Let's give a big old thank you to Veterans, donated $100, saying we're doing a great job. We thank you so much. We appreciate that. All right, so let's continue on. I thank you guys, everybody who have donated. I apologize if I didn't read it out loud, but we appreciate you, and we're going to keep it going. Calling from 708, you're live on the air.
Hello?
Yeah, yes, I'm here. Talk to me.
Oh, yes. And so I was looking at the video, and toward the end of the video, has anyone noticed that those officers were getting reprimanded because the last officers to walk up to the scene told them the suspect is in the car. They said the suspect isn't in the car. We got the suspect right here cuffed. They said, no, you don't. The suspect is already in the car. And they heard the female's voice over the radio, and they went to verify. Actually, do you want me to play it right now?
Okay, if it doesn't have a lot of cussing in it, go ahead.
It's not cursing.
Okay, well, go ahead.
It's the body cam video. It's the body cam video of the officer.
Okay.
So just listen closely when they're talking about, they're telling the 5 officers that attacked that guy, Tyre, that the suspect that they were looking for has already been caught and in another car. That's why those officers approached him on 10, pulled them out. They had the wrong guy. That's why they got fired right away, because they had the wrong guy the whole freaking time. And they beat him down, beat him to death, and that wasn't even the right dude. So I'm going to play it.
Bro, he talking about he got one in custody, bro. Hey, Lou, come here, Lou. She on 340. Oh, we still need. We don't know why he over there for one in custody for a car. 2901, still needing. That's what we all got to say. We was already on you. We was already just. That's what we fight. I couldn't get on the radio and fucking talk. We got that to us. What's that? Huh?
And that was like the last 30 seconds of the video, Gigi. They had the wrong person the whole time. From the moment they snatched him out of the car, it was the wrong person. And when they attempted to tell the bald head, was like, what do you mean? He talking about they talking about they already got the guy in custody. They said, yeah, we had him in custody before your pursuit. Do you want me to play it again?
No, because I can barely hear it, but I believe what you're saying, from your point of view. Yeah, it's a struggle because it's. Huh?
I attached the video to the chat. I'll also leave it in a link with the exact marker time so everybody can listen and see. You not only can hear, you can also see what's going on.
I believe you.
They were telling him that they had the wrong suspect, that they already had the person in custody, and they are pulling up with the person in the car. And they dumb but like, what are you talking about? He said he already got the wrong. That's why they were fired right away and everything. They had the wrong dude from jump. They pulled up on him, grabbed him out, thinking they had the perp. It wasn't the perp. You see what I mean?
Yeah,
so
that's sad.
Stop, and when I hear cowardly plantation slavery things like, oh, we shouldn't have ran. You, like everybody says, you do have fight or flight, right? You don't know how you'll respond. They held him down and maced him in the face. They snatched him out on 10 thirsty. All the time they had the wrong person. All the time. You see what I mean? But what we need to do as a people is start filing color of law forms, making sure they're delivered to the police station so that they know that you're fully aware of your federal rights, just like Ben Crump is aware of your federal rights. When police officers take their position and they violate you and they violate your civil rights, it could be punishable by death under the federal color of law. Point blank, period. That is the federal law. Just because you run does not give the police the right to kill you. They have to be met with equal, deadly, or force, okay, for them to react that way to you. They just can't beat you because you ran. If that's what people do. It's not the person's fault that the officers, they don't give them physical fitness tests. If you don't want to run, don't be a police officer. Sometimes it may be a physical job, but it doesn't give you a right because you had to chase someone that you beat the hell out of them. And yes, it's a known fact. You can ask my 13 or 14-year-old what do police do when they have to chase you. Still doesn't give them the right to do it. It's still a felony. It's still against the law. Point blank, period. He did nothing to warrant that. He ran. So what? Right? Secondly, they're going to be made an example of. They're going to be the precursor, right, to why police have to have their own malpractice insurance, if you will. I don't know if they're going to call it malpractice. That's typically what we as medical examiners have, malpractice insurance. But the police officers will have their own insurance, okay? And they've been talking about it, from the White House for a long time, since it's been happening since George Floyd, right, that police will have to have their own insurance because municipalities, cities, and such can't continue to pay these multi-million-dollar lawsuits because they get out of their body, because they don't want to follow the law. And so if they have their own insurance, there will be no more multi-million-dollar lawsuits like we're seeing. This may be the last of that. If this woman gets that, hopefully she will. They're going to argue in court that they acted swiftly under justice and sent these officers to jail for what they've done, and they will pay for their crimes criminally. And so we don't know how much longer we will be able to get this type of money because, quite honestly, right now in the state of Illinois. It's 193 officer involved. Excessive use of force has had to be brutal or killing. 193 of them. And so these are active cases that you may never hear about these people, right? One of them happened right in my hometown of Dalton to a young lady named Alexis Wilson. If you guys Google Alexis Wilson in Dalton, Dolton, Illinois, right outside of Chicago, you will see the police punch her in the face brutally, shoot her in the head and kill her, cause her to crash. You understand what I'm saying? So this is something that's repetitive and has constantly been going on since slavery. You know what but we have to put the pen to the paper at all times. We can't keep, marching and talking about it, because when we're talking, the enemy is listening. All they want to know is what we know. And hell yeah, I know that they had the wrong suspect the whole time. And my video that I have cannot be erased because I already downloaded it to my computer's mainframe. And so they do need to be held highly accountable, and nothing will ever bring that young man back to his mother. But we cannot continue, and it was so disheartening to hear his mother say, my son always said that he would be famous, but not this way. We cannot have a consistent rock star quality to being mishandled, beat to death, and brutalized by police officers in these streets. They have to be held accountable. We can't be like, oh, single mothers are rotten people, because you know who the first single mother was that had the best son that saved all of our lives? It was Mary. Wasn't Mary the mother of Jesus, a single mom? That wasn't Joseph's biological son. Mary was a single mother before Joseph married her. Okay? So we can't keep
You
talking
sure
about
right.
the
I ain't
black
never thought about it like that.
terrible single mothers, because Mary was a black single mother. She was a black, young, may have been teenage single mother. So let's just not forget the ultimate single mother, which would be Mary, the mother of Jesus. And with that said, as for me and my two sons and my daughter, I don't have kids. Kids are baby goats. I have children. I raise children. If you treat them like kids, they'll be goats. They'll be kids. But when we're talking about 5 grown men, you can't be talking about, oh, maybe it was their upbringing, because they're 20 years past damn grown. What do you mean their upbringing? What do you mean their mother? These are 5 grown men that have to be held accountable. The black woman is the most disrespected being on the planet Earth. Okay? We're not going to keep talking about black women, rotten black women. There's rotten black moms, rotten white moms. Eminem rapped about his rotten single white mama. Okay? We're not doing that. These men are bogus. They had the wrong person. They never stopped to say or consider they had the wrong person. When he was pleading his case and trying to, they just said, we're going to do this. We're going to take him in. We got the purse. That was not the case. But we have to put this pen to paper. You do need to have a panel, because I do want to give black people their federal rights. I'm suing the municipality that I live in, pro se, for my federal rights, and it's very hard. We've been in court since 2019. They tried to get it dismissed 8 times. They shut my water off in my home for 90 days. Do you understand? It get real serious when you go at the heads of people sitting in power seats correctly. And I was married the first time, but the second 2 children, I'm a single mom. And where's your dad? He's right in there asleep. Take good care of me and mine. You understand what I'm saying? So I don't know what they're talking about when they start paraphrasing and talking about single moms and lace fronts. That lady sound crazy as hell. Ain't nobody finna lay up 5 minutes with her to have a conversation, let alone a baby. So she ain't gotta never worry about being a single mom ever. Ever. You understand what I'm saying? She made me want to put a condom on, and I ain't having sex with nobody. So, can we please get a panel so we can get this pen to the paper? And when the police pull you over, you have that form already in your phone. Download that form on DocHub as soon as they walk away with their badge and everything and deliver it to the police station. And it supersedes a police complaint. It supersedes the local and state. It goes right to the federal government, right to the Department of Justice. And that officer, when you get one of those, boo-boo, you won't be working nowhere. You understand what I'm saying? Because nobody wants the feds in their business, especially the police. When the police pull you over wrongly, call the FBI hotline. That's what I do. They open 24/7. I call the police on the damn police. Now, what you know about calling the police on the damn police? Police rolled up on me 2 weeks ago. Hard to say, what you come... We have a disturbance. You're making a disturbance. I made a sound, and you've been on my body cam and on Facebook Live since I've been sitting here. I ain't did nothing, officer. But I tell you what. Hold on 1 minute. What are you doing? Hold on, officer. Next thing they heard was FBI. How can I help you? Yes, I am being harassed, possibly about to be unlawfully detained by a police officer.
I got it. But I appreciate.
You guys get it. Don't let nobody violate you. If you got to, call the police on the damn police.
Mm-hmm. Got it. All right. Well, I thank you so much. We're going to let you go. How y'all doing in the chat room? Let's go on to the next caller. Calling 310. Is that a lot of music? Hello? 310? All right. Hello?
All right, well, thank you so much. All
right, we're going to let 310 go. Calling from 561.
Hello?
Yes.
Hey, oh man, it was so much covered. Jeez. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, I'm gonna try to bring it back to the original what we were talking about. You know, it was malicious what they did to him. You know, and we got all this information. I know this is the gossip channel, but we got so much information you kind of get confused. But I guess we're trying to bring it back to the topic, and I guess the topic was why did he mention that single women was a cause of the officer's behavior, right? And so, which was not cool to even mention that because that is not accurate. The officers have to be held accountable for their actions, period. We don't know what, we can't shift the blame on other people, and black men that have platforms have to stop doing that. They do it too much. They've been doing it since, I believe, since the 80s, as far back as I can remember, when everybody had these statistics saying that, it started with the welfare. The man can't be in the household because the woman's getting welfare. And it just kept going on and on and on. So it's like, and we all know who spearheaded that conversation. It was a black man that did it. So it is like, it's to the point now that we have to be more accountable. Black men have to really take responsibility for their actions. And just know that at a certain point and after being exposed to certain different things in life, to be able to say, you know what, I made the decision to do this, or I made a decision to do that. We can't keep shifting the blame on everybody else and everything outside of ourselves. Black men have to really come to that self-talk. But primarily, they did. It was over. They did overdo their job because, we always throw different scenarios out there, but they did overdo their job. They took it too far. They murdered that guy, and being raised by a single mom. But how do we know that they were raised by single moms? That's the question, because we don't even have a background history on any of those officers. I know firsthand with several black men that I know was raised with mom, dad in the house. Dad was college educated, graduated magna cum laude and all that. They decided to do something total opposite. So it still goes back to, it's not the rearing of the child, it's actually the individual and what motivates them from within. That's the bottom line. It's like whatever draws their attention, that's what they're going to gravitate towards. So, but again, that goes back to being responsible, taking on responsibility for our own actions and for our own shortcomings and for our own unhealed self or whatever. So that's all I wanted to say about the situation is that, yeah, he was wrong for saying that, and he gave a platform, and it's not even giving about different sides to it. It's just he should have stuck to the topic, which was the officers murdered this guy, and it was despicable, and just kept it at that instead of throwing out, different scenarios and different reasons for things going the way it did.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but I think you kind of lost. It wasn't really about facts. It was about pushing an agenda. It's always a chess game.
Right.
Yeah, but I appreciate you for calling in. We're going to let you go at this time. How y'all doing in the chat? What do you guys think about everything so far? I know we've been online for quite some time. We're going on 4 hours, y'all. All right, so I'm probably gonna take some more phone calls. So you guys, if you guys want to talk, feel free to call in. Before I shut the phone lines down, I'm gonna look in the comment section first before I take more phone calls. So how do y'all feel about everything? Please just give me up to speed. I know some people say I have not been talking. Well, guess what? I'm about to talk now. So talk to me a little bit before we continue on. Damn 4 hours, child. Let me get my life back. Listen, this is your life, just here for the comments. Don't do that. Don't do that. I snatch you back. Don't you do that. Just for the comments. We need to be smart so bad ones can't. What? Drained. Okay. Okay, so I'm looking in the comments. Feel awful. Yeah, it's an awful thing. But the thing is, what do we do? Callers are too long. Well, if callers too long, then the comment section, it's your responsibility to let me know and to say, hey, they talking a little bit too long, and then I try to shorten it. However, some people that do talk long that I do find kind of interesting, I will allow them to talk just because they are interesting or they get y'all popping. Shit. Okay? They might get y'all popping, and I might have to just let them keep going because they do a good job with keeping y'all popping. They make y'all respond real quick. Bible equal free will. God is still in control in spite of it all. Well, blessed I am. I have heard people say that. They have this idea. Well, it was God's will. God is the creator, author of life and death. But that's some people's beliefs. Everybody does not believe like you. So you do have to keep that in mind. Them officers have been possessed. It could be somebody called in today and they said what was going on was, you see these 5 officers, they were doing a ritual and they wanted to be in the Boys in Blue. It's another gang that they're trying to be in and they have to collect bodies. I heard that spiel. What else did we hear tonight? We also heard tonight that they had the wrong guy. It was supposed to be another criminal, but they had the wrong person. And, we heard that story. We heard a few different stories. Gigi, the emotions are high. Barley B, it should be high. Don't you think it would be high? I'd be kind of freaking out if y'all had a I just don't care attitude. If y'all was insensitive and you had no emotions. I'm happy that you guys are passionate and it's high about something. That's a good thing. I'm gonna call my mom, and I have both parents. That's good. Gigi, a Memphis insider posted to YouTube that they put pause on Tyre for sleeping with one of the cops' girlfriend. They were not actually looking for the suspect. Lola, that was a rumor. We heard that too. But this girl just played us audio stating the fact that they had the wrong person. So everybody, just like any other case, is going to be so many different rumors, so many muddled stuff. But let's keep on going to the callers. Calling from 718, you're live on the air.
Hey, Mama Gigi.
Hey, how you doing, baby? Talk to me. What are your thoughts?
Oh my God! I just want to say you are the bomb. I love you. I've been listening to you for years.
Love you too, boo.
And I have my own show as well. But
are you trying to do a plug in?
No, baby. No. I was crying. My niece, my blood sister from childhood. That married my cousin. Her daughter was shot in Orlando, Florida. I'm sure you heard about that. Nikaba Collier.
Oh no, I didn't hear about that. I apologize.
Yeah,
but
little family mother killed my niece.
I'm sorry about that. But moving to this, because my audience is getting kind of antsy now. What are your thoughts about Jason saying that black single mothers are to blame when it comes to the 5 cops?
Well, I'm gonna go back and listen to what he said, but I got on. I've been listening when the sister from California with the 2 daughters was speaking on what the woman has said about blaming single mothers, and I guess she elaborated on what the brother has said, Jason. So I don't agree. I don't agree. I don't agree with blaming the single mama. I understand the fact that the issues that they talk about single mamas, but this ain't got nothing to do with no damn
okay,
single
so
mama.
you say he is plain wrong. He is
5
wrong.
Black cops.
Oh hell, I'm sorry. Did I didn't say, I said Jason. I ain't say Jason Lee. Don't do that. All right, well I thank you. We're gonna let you go. I said Jason. I ain't said nothing about. See, you starting shit, Aries. You starting shit starter. Let's continue on. Calling from 251. It's 251.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, Gigi. I'm calling because I'm so angry that man would say that all of this is due to single black mothers. First of all, prove to me that all those cops was raised by a single black mother. Second of all, if it was all about single black mothers raising men, why is it that all the other races, stay-at-home moms, raise the children and the dads go out to work? They ain't blaming them when the white cops kill black people. They don't bring up the mother raising the child. But yet at the same time, why aren't they saying, if it's single black moms, why aren't they saying what happened to the fathers that abandoned these kids to these single black moms? I'm just angry about it all. In the end, those police officers were on a force that's headed by a black woman that used to be high up in Atlanta, and she also had a drug task force in Atlanta that was accused of being violent, of planting evidence, of falsely accusing and arresting people, and everybody want to give her so much credit. Like, I was so glad this black woman went on and fired these officers, but if I'm not mistaken, they are from a task force called the Scorpions there in Memphis. So she, them, And why did that black man try to put the blame on black women? I'm mad, and that's it. And I won't take up all the time because I know other callers want to get in. But Gigi, I just want to say it's wrong. It's wrong. Black women have done the best they could because they were abandoned with these children. It ain't like they chose to be single black moms.
You sure right, but they don't care about that. You know that. You know it's an agenda over there on Fox News. They wanted a
Yeah,
scapegoat,
he
and
on
they
Fox
picked
News,
the black.
all of the channels talking about blaming single black moms. But anyway, I ain't gonna hold up your channel because I know other people want to get on. But I'm so glad you chose me, and I just wanted to say, as far as that woman, like she choosing not to agree with any dysfunction. Hey, why didn't you say something about where are the black men that left these women single to raise these children? And not just black men, but other races. You notice how the other races, they call them stay-at-home moms. And it's okay because they raising the kids, and even though they children going to schools like the white women, all these white kids going into schools shooting kids, they ain't blaming the married white moms, but they want to blame us for everything like black women rule the world. We are the most powerless people on this planet. And if it wasn't for us standing up for each other and ourselves, where would we be? And that's all I have to say, Gigi. And I love you, and I watch you all the time. And you can go on to your next caller now. I just wanted to say that.
I love you too, baby. Please call me back. I'll let you go. Calling from 469. You're live on the air.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing pretty good. How you feeling?
I'm good. I just kind of wanted to change the narrative of everything. Everybody's making it out of which it was wrong for him to say a single black mom, this, that, and the other. But the bottom line is, I marched. I did everything for Tatiana. The police department is corrupt. It's not a black and white issue. The issue is they are corrupt. Just like the other lady said, it was initiation, and that's what I believe it is. Everything else is a mute ear to me. They were totally incorrect for beating him like that. And what everybody's failing to realize, and they keep saying, look at the video, when they snatched him out the car, before they snatched him out the car, they tased him. And that was when they tased him, he got erratic, and then that's when everything, they didn't show that part. That's when he left and started running. So they were consistently tasing him and beating him at the same time, and no one's bringing that up. But nevertheless, it's the police department that's corrupt. Black, white, whatever. They need to be under the jailhouse. They need to get the death penalty. And either way it go, whether you were raised by a single mom or no single mom or mom and father, whatever, you're past 18. You know right from wrong. If you have enough sense to not go beat a white guy, if you arrest a white guy, you're not going to beat him like that. So why would you beat a black one like that? And that's all I had to say. And I'm going to go ahead and let someone else come up. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate you. All right, let's go on to the next caller. Calling from 610. You're live from the air.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Fine. How you doing, Gigi?
I'm doing good. How you feeling, 610?
I'm feeling good. I always watch you, but I don't know how to send you anything. But anyway,
That's
let me
all
get
right.
to
You
the point.
sending me your love is enough. Talk to me. What are your thoughts?
Well, my thoughts is that over the last month, I was hospitalized, and the black people, they treated the black people the worst. I'm serious. What is wrong with us? What is wrong with us? Okay? Anywhere I go, I'm serious. I just feel like I'm mistreated, and I feel like I'm mistreated by my people. And right when we're sitting here right now, I was so angry and bitter before I watched this. And then while I was sitting here, I just started praying. And we need to do that more. And praying, God told me to get my heart together. You know what I'm saying? Get my heart together. If I want people to be compassionate, then I need to be compassionate. I thought I was, but the Lord is telling me what to do, and I'm listening. I'm not going to not listen. I'm going to listen, okay? So the thing is I love black people. I love my people to death. But we have to do better all the way around. I don't care if you're a black doctor or if you're a black peanut. We got to do better, okay? Just because you a doctor don't mean you better than the person that ain't. You should still love your people, and you should still help them when you can. You write about our boys because I raised a son, and I was in the military, so I was gone. By the time I retired and came home, he was raised up and angry as you know what. At me, for going. I had him when I was 14. I didn't know what I was doing. And then he got very ill, and I had to, at birth he was very ill, and I asked welfare to help me to get my son, because they said, when your son get older, help me. And then when I went to welfare, they said no. And the only other place I knew I could get help was, because I had studied, did a deep dive, was the military. And when I got in there, they helped me. They gave me a check for $25,000 to wipe the whole thing out with my son. Okay? And I couldn't get it out here. I was 14. I couldn't even get a job. I wasn't 16. So stop with that, all this on the single mothers. Okay? We do what we have to do to survive. Okay? And really, to all you brothers, you passport brothers, have at it. Because when I was in the military, y'all getting prostitutes and things. I'm sorry. But anyways, because I've been where y'all passports are taking you. Y'all need to come down to earth. Y'all ain't no better than nobody else. Okay? You black, see? You see. I'm looking at 5 brothers right now that's black that did what they did. That's hate in their hearts. That's hate. I was, like I told you, I was angry at black people because of the way they treated me when I was in the hospital and everywhere else this last month. And I just, you know what I'm saying? When I got home, I was so through with everybody. I was like, oh, my God. And I was angry and bitter, you know? And then, like I said, God just started working on me through this situation here. I've been watching you for about 2 hours. And, you know, I'm serious. The only way, first of all, we have to get our hearts healed is get right with the Lord, really, or get right with your religious person or whatever. You know, we need to pray for each other instead of hating. You know, I used to be a hater, well, sure. By the time I was 16, 18 years old, I didn't have anything. And other people was going to college and things, and hey, I didn't finish school until I was 18. I went back to school and got my diploma. As soon as the crack era came, I rolled out. And my family, my village raised my son, even though he's still mad because I wasn't there. We don't have no more villages. We don't. We like crabs, you know, in a barrel. You know, if you going up, we see you, GG, getting up there, we trying to pull you right back down. Hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hello?
I'm listening.
Still here.
Uh-huh.
Okay. I'm really, 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 really. My heart is broke now. It really is, because no matter what, we are all black people. We need to quit. I'm sick of it. I am. I'm sick of it. You know, I don't care. I raised my children as a single parent, okay? And I did the best I could, because just like everybody else, my man ran off too, you know. But anyways, I'm trying to get my heart right with Christ, okay? You know, that's the only way I can help anybody else, is to get down deep inside of myself and work with these issues, bring them out, throw them up, you know. But I love you, Gigi.
I love you too, and I appreciate that. All right, we're going to let you go at this time. So you heard the elders are calling in, and we love the elders. We appreciate the elders, and we need the elders. The elders is our history, you know? Okay? And we love them. And one thing I do want to say, touching on what she just said, was she said, you know, black people treated her wrong in the hospital. Now, I want to know what's going to happen to all of y'all when y'all get older. When y'all gonna be in a nursing home, or I guess your family gonna take care of you. Long story short, you know, all of y'all gonna end up needing care from the hospital at one point in time than another. If it's bad now, it's gonna be worse in the future. Can you imagine being in a nursing home with all these hood rats being nurses? And all these niggas being nurses, because now anybody can get a job. You don't have to be qualified. They're going to be talking about you, stealing your stuff, not giving you your medication. It's going to be horrible. So you want to teach your people to treat their own people with respect and love and kindness, and have standards, have morals, have integrity. But all those values has gone through the wayside. They done throw it in the garbage. But it's going to be hell to pay when people is getting older, and they're going to need, you know, people with values to treat them right when it's time. All right. Let's continue on. Calling from 310. You're live on the air.
Hello.
Yes, talk to me. What are your thoughts?
Thank you so much. I had missed your call before when you had called 310 because I had stepped away from my phone, but I watch your show all the time. I really enjoy you, and I enjoy your point of view and your humor. I just wanted to say that at some point, we as a people, especially in the United States of America, at some point are going to have to come to some kind of middle ground and get together. The only way that we're going to be able to fight this horrible history and why we are here in the first place is if we come together, and we got to shed all that old time slavery stuff that divided us, made one group think they was better because they were in the house and the other group was in the field and all this other stuff. We really need to shake that off and come together as a people. I literally watched the Korean community here in California, I'm from the LA area, went from 3 blocks, maybe 4 blocks, I'll say 4 to 5 blocks of Koreatown in the late 70s, early 80s, and now they are like a city within a city. Black people, once upon a time, had a community here. We don't have anything anymore. And it just looks like that across the country. Why? Because we just can't seem to get together. If we stood together, put our dollars together, let our dollars circulate within our communities, we can build and we can become policy makers. Is it going to happen overnight? No, it's not. But we can start somewhere and start instilling those things in our children, grandchildren, whomever. yes, there's a godly issue here where God is definitely missing with a lot of people, because sometimes people just get so caught up in their lives and caught up in making that almighty dollar, they start worshiping the dollar. They want to live like the people who are oppressing us. But we just need to come together. We need to come together because you don't see, I don't see where I live, I don't see other communities that have these problems as much as we do. You know, when you sit down and when we sit down at a round table, we can't even agree on what color the Kool-Aid gonna be. You know, this is ridiculous. At some point, we're gonna have to throw away all these, shed these layers of what slavery has done to us and what we keep allowing it to do to us, and come together and just show them look, we're tired. We're tired of you treating us like this. We're tired of the injustice. We're tired of all of this. But how are we ever going to be able to stand on something when we can't even come together? I mean, that's my thing.
All right. Well, I thank you so much. We appreciate you. We're gonna let you go. Now this don't got nothing to do with nothing. It's really out the order. But I want to tell you because it's on my heart to tell y'all. Girl, I've been watching Netflix and I've been watching this movie. I'm not done with it, but it's called You People. Okay, it got London Lawrence. She's one of the lead characters, and it's about Muslim and a Jew. You know, they getting together. When I tell you, I cried 3 times already. Girl, it is so touching. It is so sweet. You know, and I just love seeing a London Lauren character just light up and be happy. It does have like a love story to it. I love how that white Jewish man treat London like he treat her really good, y'all. And the love is real, and it's so mushy, ushy, and I love it. And I don't think he's attractive, but I think the way he treats her is so attractive. It's so different because you don't see, you know, your typical, you know, black dude treating a woman like he was treating her, and just wanting to meet her father, having a meeting with her father and her mom to ask them, can I ask your daughter for marriage? You know, it's just sweet. I love it. I ain't done with it yet. Have y'all seen that movie? About you people, or you people? I loved it. But let's keep on going on. Calling from 929. You're live on the air.
You do.
Hello?
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 Yes?
Hello?
Yes?
Hey, Gigi, good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, I wanted to say, really, this don't got nothing to do with no single black moms or none of that. You got a lot of single mothers that teach their kids right. And that's the problem. People want to put the blame on the parents. A lot of these kids is rebellious. They don't want to listen. And then you got to look at it, too. A lot of these young boys is gang members. That's why you got a lot of gang members in football, basketball, just like with the cops. A lot of them is Bloods, Crips. So you're gonna get stuff like this. And then what we keep forgetting is, as long as we ain't united, ain't nothing never going to work our way or turn out to be our way until we get right with each other. Now, with this boy being killed, you would think that this will make a lot of blacks come out and stand up, and that's the real problem. We don't have the heart like our old leaders had. There's too many black people afraid to die. And that's why there ain't never going to be no change. The change came from Martin Luther King and Malcolm X and them because they choose to give up their life. These leaders now is weak, corny, sellouts, and basically they really don't care. So you're going to get stuff like this. Not only that, what you expect these people to look at us as when we don't care much for each other. So why would they care about what the next person do to us when we don't care about what we doing to each other? Them 5 black cops, they the worst. The reason why I say they the worst, because y'all watch so many white police officers kill black unarmed men, and here go y'all 5 black men get out here and kill this young boy for no reason. What made them think that they was going to get by with this and nothing was going to happen to them? Y'all, them 5 black men just gave them white people an opportunity to take away 5 black men easy. So that's 6 black men gone. People wonder why all these armed killings of black men is for. Because these people know what's in the beginning will be in the end. They scared of this generation. They know this generation got the heart to stand up to them. So what's the best way to stop them from standing up? Kill them off, get them addicted to pills and all this stuff. This is why these kids can't think straight, because most of these kids is nothing but junkies, young junkies. Don't have no respect for the elders, don't have respect for their mamas. So how you expect these people to respect anybody else? They're not going to respect anything. Them cops is sad men. The way they did that young man, and it hurted me, and I'm 48. As I was growing up, I didn't look at things like that. I might have would have said, he did something. But to see somebody's child get treated like that, because I got kids of my own, that's painful. That's painful. That boy didn't deserve that. And that's why us as black people, we got to start trying to build with each other and stop worrying about what race going to accept us. We don't even accept ourselves as a race. You ask me, a lot of black folks is ashamed of being black. It's just sad how things is turning out. But like I said, what's in the beginning will be in the end, and that's for sure. And that's why we need to come together, because we're running out of time. Who's going to protect our mothers, our daughters, our sisters, our kids, if we out here getting killed? Who's going to stand up for y'all? Nobody. So these people know what they're doing. That's why we can't fight no war, because we're not mentally fit for it. The best thing for us to do is smarten up, come together, and realize that we don't need to be going against each other, because we're not the enemy. The real enemy is looking down on us and laughing and saying, yep, keep killing each other. Like I was saying earlier, a lot of these kids don't know about when I was growing up, how the KKK would send letters to the projects, thanking us for committing crimes, thanking us for killing each other. They don't know nothing about this stuff. The government, instead of blaming black mothers, blame the government, because the government scheme was to take away the parenting from the parents so the kids won't listen. Because I know damn sure a lot of us got put in check back then. We wasn't able to run our mouth crooked or thinking we was disrespecting somebody older, because you got your ass whipped by the person you disrespected, then they drag you to your mom and got your ass whipped again. See, these kids don't got no discipline. That's why they out of control. Then you got a lot of parents scared of their kids, because they worrying about their kid calling a cop. Call the cops, because by the time they come in, you'll still be getting your ass whipped. Sorry to say, because I don't got time to play with mine at all. If I fed you and clothed you and housed you, you ain't going to disrespect me. And that's what these kids need to realize, man. You going against your own parents for the wrong reasons. Y'all let the government fool y'all, trick y'all into believing it's all right to call the cops on your parents. Pretty much, if your mother or your father disciplining you, you know why. You know what you did to get that. But it's sad that just to hear that they blaming black single mothers. Nah, it's hard for a black woman to raise a black man on on our own. And not only that, like I said, a lot of mothers do teach their kids. That's the first thing a person want to say. They mama must ain't teaching nothing. What made you think that? Because I know my mother taught me a lot. So I should blame my mother for me going to jail. I should blame my mother for smoking weed. My mother ain't do none of that. She told us not to do that. A lot of us, we make our own choices. And that's what people need to realize. Stop blaming these parents for what these kids is doing today. Because these kids is rebellious. They don't want to listen to nobody. If they can't respect no elders, they damn sure not respecting their parents. I'm just tired of seeing it, that this is happening to us. Bad enough we killing up each other, and then here you go, here go these police is killing us as well. Like, when we go get the picture and see that the way we choose to operate is not working for us. These people set us up every day. And that's what people got to realize. The devil stay busy. That's all I wanted to say, Gigi. Thank you.
Appreciate it. We thank you. All right, we're going to let him go. Calling from 862. You're live from the air.
Hello, hi Gigi.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm okay. I just want to say a few words. The two people that just left the line, the lady and this gentleman here, he brings back memories of time when I was young. See, what it is that they bring out all of these things on TV in which how crime is done, and these kids look at that and then they use it towards family and friends. And some of these kids doesn't have moms and dad to where that they could teach them, and the streets is teaching them how to do and what to do. And then when you have a mother that is actually out there that's working her tail off, trying to provide, trying to make sure shelter is over the head, food, clothing, and trying to teach their child how to do all the right things, and the street teaches them. And then they look at TV and they see how to create a crime, how to, get away with a crime. And these kids look at that and they go out there and they do the things that they do. And when you don't have a father that's around and the father is doing whatever, the sons get confused. They go into all of these different type of changes of life because of how they don't have a dad. But then when they do have a dad, and the dad is there,
hold on,
is not there.
Cause are we still talking about Tyre?
Yeah.
Okay. Just because we pressed on time and it is getting late and I'm getting in and out of it mentally. What was your thoughts when you first heard about the 5 black cops unaliving Tyre?
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
It was sad. It was totally sad because that kid was out. And those 5 cops did what they did, beat him to a pulp. They didn't give a rat's cahoot. That's why these kids today doesn't trust cops. They don't trust cops because of the things that the cops do. Now, you may have maybe 5 people in the cop system that are good, but the majority of them is bad. The cops does not show, and they don't care, because even if they got webcam on them, they still do sneaky stuff. Now, I pray for the mother and the father of that young man that lost his life because those cops didn't give 2 coots about how and the way that they treated that boy. I cried and I thought about my grandson that's growing up. I'm 54 years old. I'm a retired nursing assistant. It is so sad how these cops does not or will not protect us, and they go out and they hurt people because they feel as though they can because they got a badge. Because they have a badge, GG. And they think that they could do stuff instead of when they took that oath to protect and serve, they forgot about that 101 thing. They totally forgot. And they choose that they want to use their badge to do whatever they choose they want to do. I just want to say, my last thing is that I just want to say to the family, I give my sympathy and my prayers that goes out to them. Thanks, DJ.
All right. Thank you. All right. Calling from
Thanks.
hello 225.
He would just go off the map. Just gonna kill us out.
225.
We ain't doing
225. Okay, we're gonna let you go.
Go round your prop.
Calling from 540. 540.
Hello?
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, nice to talk to you. I love watching your live streams and stuff like that, and I really want to encourage people to to be creative and to really get to know yourself, because once you do that, life will it'll just start falling into place, and that's the best way that a lot of us can get control over our own lives is literally for us to control ourselves. And just I think everyone should we should care for each other, but we should put ourselves as a priority in our own life, and so everyone's taking care of themselves and then each other.
Got it.
And I also want to encourage the churches, especially like black churches, in this time of need, and in this time of financial duress, be creative, use that stuff to help out.
Got it. Okay, I appreciate you, boo. We're going to let you go. Okay, we got to stay on topic, too. I appreciate y'all calling and telling people to pray and do this and do that, but we got to stay on topic, because when we get off topic, sometimes I start to daydream. I don't mean no disrespect, but we got to keep it interesting and on topic. You know what I mean? Because I'll be letting y'all go, and I don't know where we going. I let people talk. I be on my phone. I be texting a little bit. I be like, what the fuck? What's going on? Are we on the live? Are we on the same show? Are we on a different show? What's going on? Okay. We got a few more callers, and when it's getting late like this, you need some calls that's going to be popping, because we already been on this live long. So, we need somebody that's going to pop, get it out, and you know what I mean? Keep the interest up, because we falling asleep, man. Calling from 267, you're live on the air.
Hi, Gigi.
Hey, how's it going?
Yes, I wanted to just say, when it comes to this situation here, as we consider it to be as unique as possible because everybody involved was supposedly black and all that sort of thing. On the camera when I was watching it, I did see, they had a few white officers, somebody trying to hold this same young man up. What I really wish would happen here is that they had not just chopped and screwed the videos. So so that everything could be out there, which I know they're going to withhold a lot so that they can have it in court instead of, the people's court. This issue is it's very, very sensitive to a lot of people because everybody just about in that neighborhood is claiming that, this is their reputation and this is how the cops are, and it's not the white cops, it's the black cops and things like that. But nobody has done anything significant to do something about it, regardless of what color the cops are, when it comes to harassment and beating and nearly murdering, and also now murdering someone while they're trying to make an arrest. Now, if this is a specific unit that they're assigned to do certain things, why were they bothering him in the first place? Like, I didn't see any video of them. Like, the commissioner came out and said, no, he wasn't speeding. He wasn't doing all that kind of stuff that they made claims by. But we didn't see any videos of where he was driving from or where he was going. And then when they drove up on him, and we just saw them beating him. And, he ran off. Then they were tasering him. They even maced so much that they maced themselves. And then this last guy that came running up and kicked this boy's head off. Like, it's basically, that's what he probably did to him, just like the same thing they were talking about what happened to Shanquella Robinson, the internal asphyxiation, the decapitation. He did that. It was just horrible to see that anybody would turn around, kick that man's head off, and then he kicked him so hard that when he turns around, he's limping, so he even hurt himself doing it. I just wish it was more clarity for his family, especially his mom, so that she can see that, was he just being beaten? He was just crying out for his mother, and then all those other things that they were doing to him. It's still just so too choppy to me, too piecey for me to even make a decision really on what they actually did to kill him. But you definitely can narrow it down to that guy who ran back and turned around and kicked that boy's head like it was some sort of football.
That is horrible. That is horrible. But I thank you so much for letting us know what's going on and giving us your thoughts about it. All right, calling from 313. You're live from the air.
Hey, Gigi.
Hey, what's up?
Great show tonight.
Thank you.
Hey, what's up? Thanks for taking my call. When I first saw this story, I was hurt, and I really didn't know how to deal with that, considering that all of the cops were black men, and all of the callers had interesting takes in framing this and how we can deal with this. And I had an incident with the police when I was in high school when they actually came to our house and they were looking for someone else in the neighborhood. Someone was loose or running, and they actually came to our house because they thought that the person could have been there, because my brother was just outside on the phone, and he walked in the house as soon as they were coming up the street. So that made them have some type of suspicion that maybe he could have been a guy because he was going in the house at the time. So a minute later, they came, knocked on the door. My mom answers the door, and she's, very nice to them. How can she help them? What's the problem? And they're just aggressive. I can still remember this to this day. They're telling her that if she doesn't open the door, they're going to kick it down. They have their weapons drawn. Mm-hmm. And black women have always came through. Black women I can't deny the things that black women have poured into me throughout my life. And I see a lot of my black brothers, and some of them, they're just not as fortunate to have that in a lot of their situations, and especially these cops who's just obviously used and militarized by the very system that will punish them and not their counterparts. And the police, my mom lets them in, and because she sees the weapons being drawn, and now that I think about this more and more, what she did, she was just looking out for us and just trying to save our lives. And she lets them in, and they handcuffed me and my brother, and she said, asked her why do they have to use the handcuffs, and they said because we are a threat, and that they got to make sure that we're under control, and they go into some of the rooms, ransack the rooms. Obviously, there's nothing there, and they just leave and come back, and I just feel like, yes, there you go.
All right, so I know you're telling us your story, but I'm just trying to make it more to relate to what we're going through now, and I'm trying to get it, understand it. So basically, you're saying that the police, I'm kind of lost. You're saying the police has always been aggressive, and your mom has always had your back.
Yes, she has.
Okay.
And I was given the opportunity to learn more about in ways that we could actually defund the police.
Got it. Okay. All right. Well, right now we're talking about what Jason said, and just the situation at hand. We're not actually there about trying to defund the police. But I definitely appreciate you to call in. All right, let's go on to the next caller. Yeah. So please let them talk. Black men speak. He is correlating with that. They said about black women. Calling from 917. 917.
Hello?
Yes.
Hello.
Yes.
GIGI? Hi. Okay. I've been listening for a while, Gigi. Actually, I listen to you quite often, and believe it or not, this is the first time I have ever called into any live show. But I'm distraught. I'm absolutely distraught. I work overnight. I listen. I love how you deal with people and your comedic humor, and when you get on topics that are to the point and direct, you're to the point and direct. But I first and foremost, I should see the video. I have not seen the video because I'm afraid that I don't know how I'm going to respond. I have two young black males that I have raised as a single mother, and I have the unique background of both of my children was fathered by a African American cop, and he wasn't in their lives. He was very aggressive. We had a lot of dysfunction in our relationship, but with that being said, I don't think we all start in the same place, because just like my boys, I wanted to break the cycle of dysfunction. I didn't want to raise two black boys in this environment, and I started out late. I had my oldest son at 34. I had my youngest son at 38. And at this point in time, I'm afraid. But I don't have two aggressive boys that go out into the world and sit on the porch and hang out and do all things because they are very thoughtful about what they do, and I can't sit around and be afraid about everything that they do every day when they go into the street. But just to hear the story and listen to the mother, her expression on how she felt about her son, because my youngest son is a videographer. My young son, he's a nerdy kind of guy at 37. But at the end of the day, sometimes I'm afraid if you go out there, what will happen? How will you respond? And he's not an aggressive young man. And now he's not a child. He's not a kid, just like one young lady just said. Kids are for goats. I raised him as a single black parent. His father wasn't with us. He wasn't with them to date. But I forced him to do what was necessary. And that was, you're going to take care of your responsibility. To date, he hasn't seen neither one of my children. But I digress. Because when I look at these 5 cops, they came from somewhere, somebody. They didn't all start out like this. Maybe they were a part of a gang. They wanted to prove themselves in that circle of cops, because as a black cop, when you walk into that line with these guys who came to this country as immigrants who created police. The history of this country was built upon police. Poor lice, people who were ridden with lice. That's a whole nother story. That's a historical background because, as you see, every time something happens to the man in blue, guess what? The bagpipes come out. Isn't that historical? Isn't that a background of training from people who, guess what? We're going to stand up no matter what. We're going to do what's necessary. And they, historically, tore down whoever was in their way, whoever stood in their way, whoever took jobs from them and took monies out their mouth. Look out there in what? At Rosewood. Look out there in Utah. Look out. So many places where blacks said, okay, listen, you don't want to live with us? We're going to rise up. We're going to become better. We're going to have doctors, Indian chiefs. We're going to raise our own. We're going to have our own banking. White folks said, no, because you're going to take from us. The marches. Selma happened because why? Folks said, no, you're going to take from us. Historically, that critical race theory has got a lot of people twisted, and we forget. And just like this caller just said recently, people don't want to die anymore. So if you have something to say, and there are a few that are stepping out on the word, but they are also getting behind them how, who, when. They're going to school. They're learning the history of this country. They're learning how to stand up for yourself and your rights. And I just think it's so sad, getting back to the original point, this call, this what you're having your live about tonight is these 5 African-American cops. Don't matter who raised them. They had to prove a point. They had to prove a point. Why? Why didn't one of them, all 5 of them saw what happened with George Floyd? All 5 of them saw what happened with them 3 other officers who stood there and watched. All 5 of them knew exactly what happened to that police officer who had that man on his neck. Why not near one of them walked over there and said, yo, bro, stop. Yo, what are y'all doing? Come on. What was happening to any one of the 5 of them that said, come on? You saw what happened. The world saw what happened to George Floyd. Why didn't any one of them brothers somewhere in their psyche said, yo, this ain't right. Stop. EMTs, supervisor, whoever, why didn't anyone pull out of anywhere of their history of growing up single black mother or not, what school they went to, who black line or not, when they were hired or not, psychological testing that they took when they went to go take that test as a sting officer in Memphis, Tennessee. And they take psychologicals. So they were all approved to be at that job 2021 in the middle of COVID. None of them who saw George Floyd and that white officer sitting on that man's neck, nobody said, excuse me, bro, what you doing? We can't do this. Because they knew that when they got back to their superior, who was either a white CO, a white lieutenant, a white, sergeant? Oh, they were going to get grilled. They were going to get the 411 thrown at them. What? No, come on now. You want to talk about something? I'm a single black mother every day, all day, and I'm afraid for my sons to go out there in the streets, but I can't walk like that. They're not gang bangers. And what about the mothers, okay, who have them boys disrespecting them in the house? What are y'all doing? What are you black mothers doing? What are y'all doing? I'm right now at work. I work overnight. But I scared my son within an inch of his life when I closed my door, and I raised them in the projects. When I close my door, that door don't open again till I get home. My children don't fire back at me. They don't call me by my first name. They don't get in my face. And when my son tried it, I put his ass in check and made him understand we don't do that. I will put your ass in the streets and you will walk. Give me my shit. Give me all my shit. You go live your life. And guess what? Mom, I'm sorry. No. You got too many mothers who want to make excuses. My son went to school in the South, and I was scared for him because he was young. And I said, when you get out there with them guys and something happens, put yourself in a cab and go home. Don't stay out there amongst stuff that maybe you don't have control of, you don't understand. And my son is 27 now, and he was going to a dangerous part of New York City, because that's where I'm calling from, on New Year's Eve. Now, I didn't say to him, I said to him, So guess what? Do what you've been doing. Pay attention to what's going on around you. When you go out there, if you're going out there, if something goes down, take your ass home. He's not a belligerent young man, but what they run into in the streets with everybody smoking a blunt, and it's legalized to be out there and be all crazy and screwed up in their head. It's legalized now. So everybody's walking around. They already got some fucked up stuff going on in their head. It makes it worse. And when you approach these cops, white, black, blue, green, or whatever, you don't have to be doing anything. But if you are already kind of tipsy and off and your brain is off, because for whatever reason now it seems like we have more autistic, ADD, all kinds of stuff that's walking around the street every day, all day. What's that? What is going on? What's happening? What's happening? And those same mothers who are out there working them night shifts as nurses and going to the service like the last caller, because I'm an older woman. I don't consider myself an older woman. But at the end of the day, we go out here and we're trying to take care of these boys. And when you come home, you're tired. You got grandma and grandpa. I didn't have grandma and grandpa. But I made sure I wasn't going to let nobody else put in between me and my son a plexiglass. I made sure nobody was going to put between me and my son commas and periods and all that stuff that I couldn't reach out and hug and touch my son.
Got it. Yeah,
You know?
we feel you. Yeah, so many people feel your pain and what you're going through. Well, I appreciate you for
Thank you
calling,
for letting me
baby.
talk.
We're going to let you go, okay? Calling from 531. You're live on the air.
Hey. Can you hear
Hey.
me?
Uh-huh.
Hey, I got a few minutes of the live, but I seen a title talking about blaming. Is it single mothers?
Right.
Okay, maybe it's just me, but I'm wondering. I don't understand why people are blaming the parent that's actually there instead of the person who is not there parenting.
Okay, you want me to try to explain from their point of view?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is not my words, right? But this is me trying to explain from another person's point of view. They're saying this. They said these black men are very emotional and they're taking people out of here left and right. Okay, the thugs on the street and the cops. And they are saying, well, we already know for many years the black men have not been in the home. So we know we can't blame them. So who else is left in the home? Who's raising these black men? And they say, well, it's the single black mothers that are raising a black man. And so they're shifting the blame on black women because they say, well, you love these black boys, you cuddle these black boys, and you send them out here in the streets. And that's where he's placing the blame. Now, it was a guy named Jason. He was on Fox News, White America. And, of course, in this situation, these cops are to blame, right? So he's not going to blame the cops just because Fox News and the Republicans have an alliance with cops. Like Republicans and cops and Fox News, they're like thick as thieves, okay? So whatever goes on, you cannot blame the cops. You have to have accountability on something else. So they don't care about black women. So, of course, let's throw them under the belt and they already have a negative stigma in the world, and their black men don't even like them. So it works. So it works for their propaganda and it works for their audience.
Okay. Well, that's uh really they should be praising these single women, these single mothers for it's really ridiculous. So, okay, the father who then put an impact in their life because they not in the home because they chose to. And also, I think it takes a man to make a baby. So I'm sure these women are not getting pregnant on their own. It's really disgusting how everything in the world is put on black women. Like my neighbor just fell off a truck. I guess that's a black woman's fault. But you know what? Karma comes around, and all of the blame on black women is still not going to help them in the later on in life because there's no accountability. They're not trying to change their action. They're going after the country. If you're not going to change and just point your finger and like little kids, you blame someone, your little brother, little sister, because you ain't want to get in trouble. You got grown men doing it.
You got people in the comment section saying, "Stop having kids with them. Stop having them babies."
Well, the person I had a baby with, I'm married to. I'm not that, but I got friends, family members, and all of that. But the men need to stop having sex with women then and continue having sex with men.
But okay, let me tell you how they feel about the men. Okay, now this is not this is not me saying this, so don't shoot the messenger. Okay, this is how they feel about the men. This is why they don't have accountability for the men. Say for instance, we in my backyard, right? And it's 3 lions. Okay, 3 grown lions. Now you telling people change the lions, even though we have seen cases where lions, they're very tolerable with humans. Like I've seen human beings pet lions and shit like that. But hell, most of them lions gonna eat your ass up. These are monsters. So how can you when you already have a full grown monster? Is it any hope for the damn monster? Is the lion gonna change and be nice and sweet? He gonna eat that ass up. So they're saying it's really no hope for these black kings, okay? It's no hope for the niggas, so they don't even try with them. But they say it is hope for you.
Right.
You have to stop shacking up with them. You have to leave them alone. At this point, they have showed you who they are. They're not changing, and it is what it is. So at this time, for you to protect yourself, for you not to be hurt, for you not to be blamed, you have to change your actions when it comes to interacting with the lions. Don't go in the backyard. Keep your ass in the house.
Yeah, I agree. I say a lot of them, should do that because they, unlike black women, they are attracted to their own men. Black men seem to be allergic to color, texture, hair. It's just, I think really they've been messed up a long time ago, and there's a few good ones out there. But most of them, if they good, they probably pick. It's very few, and it's to the point that they unaliving women every 4 to 6 hours. They shoot up each other in the hood.
And somebody said, let's not put the stigma on all black men. Of course, we would never do that. And when people talk, this message is really to the ones that it is subscribed. If that description describe you, then it fits. You know what I'm saying? So when people talking about stuff of that nature, they're really much talking about the ones that it fits the description. If it fits in the description, then there it is. You understand? So no, it's not all black men, but if you fit that description, then there it is. I don't know. I don't think you can change a full-grown black man that don't want to be changed. You cannot change a
No.
man. It's just like being in a relationship and you want him to love you. If you can't make that man love you, no matter if you paying his bills, if you giving him dome every damn night, you can't make him stop cheating on you. He gotta want to do that. If he does not want to, he ain't gonna never do it. It's nothing you can talk to him day in, day out. It gotta be him. He is a strong entity. You cannot convert a man to stop doing what he want to do. It is his life, and he gonna do what he want to do.
He sure is. And, you know, it's a shame. I mean, black women have love for their own. That's why they still will want to. They attracted to the dark skin. I heard the darkest woman I ever seen a still want a chocolate man. But somehow they don't even like their color, their hair. They have this rage. They really dangerous. And then they talk about how the world put this bad stigma on them and ruin their reputation and have this, you know, they show who they are. Everybody sees them. Then they go to other countries and do the same thing. They leave women single mothers over there. They unaliving their own kids, wives, ex-girlfriends. Like they're
But yeah,
dangerous.
people say
And
they doing all that. You can say everything about the black man, but you know what they say? You still sleep with him. You still have babies by him. You're still hoping. So what? How do you contribute to their madness when you continue to protect them and put them on a pedestal, even though they act out, even though they do all this?
Well, it's kind of the same thing with black men whine and yell about, you know, white supremacists. They want to go up under the skirts of the women who give birth to the white supremacists while they yelling, you know, I'm not getting equal opportunities, but yet you chasing Becky all the time. It's just, okay, if you want to say that, then what about what you doing? You're allergic to your own woman. Their hair got to be straight, fine, light skin.
But do you hear a lot of black men? I don't know, because I haven't been looking at them. But have you seen a lot of black men currently talking about, I guess they get dogged out by the white man?
Yeah.
You have?
They got
Okay.
the little YouTubes, you know, the YouTubers too. They always white supremacy. That's
Got
all they
it.
talk
Because
about.
the
Then they
reason
go
why I
leave and
asked
go
you
home
that,
with a
because
white
a lot of black men that I see today, they're more Republicans. And being a
Really?
black Republican, being a black conservative, and that card saying, you know, white people not treating me right, that usually don't mix. So that's why they go into the card of black women. And they feel that, hey, black men are not going to change. But black women, you can change. You are the weaker link. You are the supporter. It is your job to change. And you should change for the black family. If you want a black family, then you need to submit. And it's just as simple as that. Just submit.
Yeah.
Take the bullshit and submit and shut your mouth and be happy you got a man at home.
What did you say? The last thing you said? Wait what you say, girl?
I said they feel like you should just shut your mouth and submit. Be happy you have a black man at home. And do it for the family. They want you to sacrifice for the family. Save the black family.
What about them 5 black cops?
Talk about it.
You know what is so bad about it? I don't think I don't believe it's a white cop that beat a white person up so bad that probably just unalived 30 kids. They took them and got them burgers and fries. They didn't do their own kind like that. I could be wrong, but I've never heard of white cops beating a white guy like that after even doing the worst things possible. They took them to get fries and milkshakes, I believe. But they did this to a black guy, and then they was like, these guys are disgusting. Like, I'm from Memphis, so I know there are a lot of really, you know what, too, though? While they locked up, it's a lot of black men that they have beaten, but they didn't unalive them. Trust me, they done done this before. They done done this, probably took their money, they dirty, beated them, but they never unalived them. And, they like cowards. So you got a lot of them because you see, blame everything. You fall down, hit your head. A black woman did it. The black woman. Like, that right there, they got to tell you right there a lot of these. And I think another thing, a lot of the reason why they blame black women, a lot of them want to be black women. A lot of them,
they're going to say, so why do you still be with them? Why you still be with me? Why do you still want to be with them?
I just been with one. So but I'm speaking for a lot of them. Literally, you see how many in the LGBT community, and a lot of them.
Yes, a lot of black men in the LGBT. It's a lot of trans people in the LGBT. And what that have to do?
A lot of men.
What that have to do with the cops? Are you blaming the cops that it's the LGBT fault?
No. Well,
so how are we getting to hold on? How are we getting to sexuality on the beating of a black man?
Well, because a lot of black men have an issue with their sexuality, and some of them don't want to come out.
Got it.
They're
okay, so you're talking
about
were any of these cops down low? Because now we're reaching.
I don't know. They could be.
Okay, but come on now. That's just another damn rumor. Now, how does...
I'm saying what reason why a lot of them act like that, too. They're, demonic, but a lot of them want to be black women. A lot of them do.
Okay, let me ask you this. How are any of those black cops want to be a woman?
To go to jail.
Does any of those black cops want to be a woman?
I don't know.
Oh, my God. Stop that shit.
They might go on to be.
No, they do not. Stop it. You got to stop that.
No, I'm saying that a lot of them have issues with their sexuality, and then
I get that. I get that. People have issues from their sexuality because the world is not accepting. However, when it comes to these 5 black cops, I highly doubt they're on the down low. I highly doubt they put pause on this man because of their own sexuality. That don't help Tyre in his situation. Hell, Tyre could be dealing with his sexuality. Who knows? But that has nothing to do why
he ain't out there harming, beating somebody to a pulp at 150 pounds. What? I'm saying this because just like everything could get blamed on black people, just throw something else out. I just want to see a reaction, really. Because if people can just sit and blame everything, they fault for doing this and doing this. But as soon as you say something,
they said now it's getting silly. Like, no. They said now it's getting silly. Well, I apologize, you guys. Yeah, it went outlandish. Well, okay, well, all right. Well, I'm looking in the comments section. Well, thank you. We're going to let you go. Calling from, hold on. Calling from 628. You're live from the air. Hello, 628. Okay, I can't hear 628. All right. Somebody said, well, let me see the girlfriend. Even if the cops were gay, what that have to do with them putting pause on that man? It don't got shit to do with it. You know. Yes, we need a motive. I mean, what type of man jump innocent man? Bridget donated $5. Thank you. She says it's a good live stream. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Yes, this is grown folks. I'm not old, but the rate some of you all are going, you are not going to live to be old. Play the older people along. They said nothing. Call or call back. Nothing at all. Yeah, it don't make sense. Nothing at all. It's just senseless. Of course it is. All right. Well, we've been on this thing for a very, very long time. So I think they had a motive. Well, we already heard 5 different rumors. And the rumor that I think it holds the most is when the lady called and she gave a voiceover that they had the wrong person, and they were trying to get in with the boys in blue. Okay, so let's give a caller 313. You're live on the air.
Hey, Gigi. Thanks for taking my call again.
Uh-huh.
So this is about, now the topic is why black women are being blamed for this crime or the killing of Tyre.
Well, okay, so it was a guy named Jason, and he just blamed single black moms, and I tell my opinion about it, what I think he was trying to convey. He was trying to convey that black men are not in the household. Would you agree most black men are not in the household?
Yes.
Okay, so therefore, say for instance, if you have 3 kids, right? And got you in jail, and me and Malika, we raising your kids. Now all your kids turned out to be demons or whatever. Most likely you're gonna say, well, hell, you were, raising these kids, you are responsible, So that was the pitch that he was trying to make. And he was also trying to neglect the fact of the police. He didn't want the police to be accountable because the police are their friends, so they needed a scapegoat. So they chose to pick single black women because that would make the most sense in their eyes, and that would deflect from the cops being responsible and the sheriff, the whole... because most people with common sense would just blame the police department in that type of environment. Because they said every sheriff, I guess whoever, I forgot what the people you call over the police people. I forgot the motherfucker's name. Well, anyway, the sheriff was to blame, and the people that's over that station is to blame because that's the environment that they push their cops out, because you would think that you would train your cops on how to do and how you treat people and the protocols. So that is a direct reflection of the police station. However, they did not want to put the police under the bus because the police people have already been going through so much hell this year and the past years, dealing with so much. And the police department, they are like a family, and they are close knit, and they try to look out for each other the best way they can, just like any other gang. Just like the Bloods, the Crips, any other drug organization, they're going to look out for themselves and their own. They always have their own back. However, they are in alliance with Fox News, and they are in an alliance with the Republicans. So therefore, whenever an issue arises and the police fault, they will always try to deflect and put it on somebody else because they have each other back, pretty much.
Right, it's like a fraternity, basically.
Well, you can say it like that, or it can be like a religion. It depends on just how you see it.
Yeah, that's another way.
Yeah, it's like if you my brother and you did some shit, I'm not going to blame you. You my brother, I'm blaming somebody else. So let's throw their ass under the bus.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. It's separating the good blacks from the bad blacks, or saying...
Well, no, because in my opinion, to me, from what I see, the Republicans, they want to make a world where they try not to see the black and white. They want to get black men on their side, and black men do want to be part of the conservative and the Republican movement. So as long as they can get them away from the Democrats, they're pretty much happy about that. So they're not going to come off divisive talking about you white and black. They don't do things like that over there on Fox News. You're not going to hear a lot of that. Right. Now, hold on. My ear plug fell out. Now, from the Democrat point of side, they're going to do a lot of white and black, because that's their messaging. But from their point of view, from there, it's not about that. It's more so cops sticking, amongst cops, Republicans sticking for Republicans. And the enemy is the Democrats. The enemy is the people that want a lawlessness country. Those are the enemies. So.
Right. Yeah, you two basically just hit everything on the head, basically.
90
that
seconds.
I was pretty much going to say and add in, but I do believe that the good Democrats are the ones we should be concerned about. I mean, they're the Republicans. They're showing us our true colors. At some point, the people who are in community with us or who look like us, we're just going to have to not get rid of them, or like in violent terms or in any type of conflicts, but we do at one point just have to say, just
60
move on.
seconds.
And with black women, and understand when they just want to move on from all of these dynamics, and all of that, and just to say like, all skin folk is not kinfolk, and that is so true, and that speaks volumes here with this story, and I feel like you're right about the Republicans and how they're pro-police, how this benefits them, but we never talk about how the Democrats are also pro-police. They're basically Republicans in disguise, or, masked to us as Democrats who care about black mothers and care about, the communities and all of that. And I feel like that's actually the contrary on the laws that they make, and how Hillary Clinton, he has that same energy for black women.
10 seconds.
Have that energy for when Hillary Clinton called black men predators. And they made laws, her and her husband, to the three-strike rule.
But talking about that, I know we're getting off subject, and I'm just going to interrupt you. From the Republican side, if you look at any Fox News network, they would tell you that the Democrats are not with the police. They would tell you that when you look at Democrat-run cities, they live a lawlessness community, and they do not support their police.
Okay. Well,
they're allowing criminals to go back out in the streets, and they not arresting these people. And if you talk to the criminals and the scammers, they'll let you know it's up. They can do whatever they want to do.
Right. I understand. Right, and that's exactly to the point of why we need to develop new outcomes, because we all wanted the point in.
Well, what outcome are you going to do? Because in my perspective, black people are nothing but pawns.
Exactly. We're pawns who are told.
So now it's really about you going to have to do what's best for you. And the black men, they feel that, hey, the Republicans have their back because the Democrats are too up black women asses, trying to give them equal rights.
Exactly.
The Democrats is trying to give the gay people too many rights, and they're not looking up for the black straight man, so that's why they're eyeing conservative. So, but shit, we'll just see, because it's a back and forth situation.
You're right. We'll see how it all pans out. But hopefully we can gain middle ground on that. Black men should automatically run to conservatives for, that fulfillment. You don't necessarily have to go with Democrats or be a Democrat or have any political affiliation, but you can't deny how the narrative, the ideology of the Republicans and right wing have
Well, I
always
don't think they give people don't care about that. You know, all the white and the black, they just want a benefit for them. If you give me power and I can be over black women and these gay people and I have more rights and more privilege and you'll give me a job first and you discriminate against them like we used to do, then I'm okay with that. I don't give a damn if you see me as a nigga or whatever. I don't give a fuck. As long as we can push it back to things how it were before. As long as the direct benefit. These hoes, I don't want them to sit on my table.
Yeah.
They doing too
I
much.
get what you're saying. Yeah, they're doing too much. You're right about that. That's a nice input on how they're making it always about, we care about what they think about us, or that they call us this, and how's that really helping us? You know what I'm saying? The Democrats being our spokespeople to say,
Hold on, I'm kind of lost. I'm lost. What you talking about?
I'm just saying, like what you said about.
I ain't say nobody being a nobody spokesperson.
Like the Democrats, how you say you don't care about what nobody think about you, and I feel like that's the attitude.
No, I was talking about that's the attitude that I see some black men conservative have, like Herschel Walker. Okay, like I don't think he cares about what black people thinks about him. He does not care. Herschel Walker does not care about what white people think about him. Sure, white people probably dislike him and think he's dumb. But he don't care about that. You know, all he cares about, hey, if I can be used and I can get more benefits from this, then this is what it is. He don't care about no black women. The fuck?
Right. He's just trying to get his benefit out of it. But we got to show the younger generations, or at least lay that blueprint for, you know, it's other ways you can find success and be fulfilled and have a family and have all these things that they say we should have without going to these systems that are military.
I'm so lost. Now you say what?
I'm just saying, like you said, the Jason Whitlocks and black men who go conservative, like they want this fulfillment. They don't care what we think about them because I'm going to get this. You know, I don't care about black people being murdered by police. You know, I'm going to benefit.
No, they don't care about. They feel like you niggas. You know, they feel like it's a difference between niggas and black men. You know, they feel like it's a difference between straight men and gay men. They're not for you. They're not with the LGBT, all that shit. No, they're not with black women. No. You know, they feel like everything should have a place in order, and none of them should be on the forefront. You know, black men and certain groups should only be in the forefront. Christians, you know, let's bring the Christian wave back. So now,
I agree. I feel like we need to put those men definitely back up into the forefront. And
now I don't agree.
I feel like men who have political values, who don't cause harm to their communities like this, are more beneficial to all of us, instead of having men like you said, like the Herschels or the Jasons. You know,
well,
I feel like
that's who they're putting up, the Herschel Walkers.
That's why we need to have our own. That's why we need to have our own control over our narrative as a community, because people like that will be put.
You're going to have your own control. How you going to have your own control? But anyway, I don't like Herschel Walker. They will prop him up to be this conservative, but most time in the past, it has always been fake and phony, meaning that, hey, I prop myself up like I'm the best thing since sliced bread. I'm the best Christian in the world. However, I'm committing all the sins behind the scenes, but I can do it, but your ass can't do it. Okay? You understand? So it's,
I understand.
Yeah, it's just, it has always been fake and phony, you know? It's just a perception.
Right.
But, yeah, we gon' get on.
Yeah, thanks for talking.
Yeah, we're going to get on.
Good night.
Mm-hmm. All right, we appreciate you. We're going to let you go. Child, I don't know what we was talking about. We just got all off topic, didn't we? On camera and still don't care. Come on. If someone really forgive my college loans, I get on my knees. You still didn't get them college loans out of here? Who got? Comment, let us know. Who got the college loans paid for? Press 1 if you got your college loans erased. Press 5 if you did not get your college loans erased. I'm going to be honest with y'all. When the Democrats was in office, I got all my college loans erased. I had a whole debt. I owed like $30,000. When the Democrats was in office, they cleared all my shit. I was like, what? I ain't know what hit. I don't know, but my loans from college, and first of all, I didn't even want to go to college, to be honest with you. But I went to college for 2 reasons. One, my family made me go to college, and I did it for their look because they wanted a certain representation of a family. But I didn't want to go to college. I couldn't focus. I had so much shit going on trying to find myself. But I did want to go to college because I wanted to get away from my family. And I was an excuse and an opportunity to get away from my family. But college wasn't worth it because I wasn't there to learn. I wasn't ready. I feel like you should only go to college when you're ready versus your family making you go to college and you getting all these loans and you just wasting money at this point. They got a hold on now. Yep, credit score. Okay, listen, what I'm talking about, that credit score went up just here for the comments. I said, oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Ain't no way I was not about to pay them loans. No, why should I pay loans when I didn't even want to go to school in the first place? I felt like my family should pay the loans. Y'all the one that forced me to go to college. Y'all the one that pushed me to do this, pushing a college agenda on everybody, knowing damn well I'm not ready to go to no damn college. And I ain't learned nothing. I ain't learned nothing in college. I promise you. Because I didn't apply myself. You only going to learn if you apply yourself and you're ready. You know? Oh, my school. Shit, I barely learned in high school. All of my college. The most that I learned is when I went to private schools. When I went to Catholic schools and Lutheran schools. That's actually, the Catholic schools were better than the Lutheran schools. The most I've ever learned going to school was when I was going to Catholic schools. But I begged my parents to put me in public high schools, and it was a wrap. Push college for siblings graduating. They're doing entirely too much against the law. Don't worry about loans if you needed them. Well, I'm going to become an attorney. Go ahead with your attorney. Ooh. You have to pay taxes on the money they give to clear debt. No, they ain't give me no money to clear the debt. You know, they just erased this shit. It was forgiven. I don't know what was happening, and I wasn't trying to figure out. You know, one moment I owed a whole bunch of money. The next moment, everything was cleared. But they didn't give me no money. They did not give me no money. They didn't give me no money. But I still got my high school diploma. I don't know where that high school diploma at. It's somewhere. Shit. I don't know how I graduated. I have no idea. Especially that Spanish. Did y'all know they had me taking Spanish class? I don't know shit about no Spanish. All I know is C. Uno, dos, tres, cuatro. Listen, I could barely speak English. Why in the hell am I trying to learn Spanish? Child, I could not stand going to that Spanish class. I couldn't stand taking Spanish tests. Learning this damn Spanish. I never understood. I said, damn, I don't know nobody that speaks Spanish. Why do I need to learn how to speak Spanish? I don't want to learn how to speak no Spanish. I don't got nothing against Spanish people. I just didn't want to learn it. It was forced upon me. They was forcing me to learn Spanish. Talking about be bilingual. I don't want to be bilingual. I passed Spanish, but I don't know how I passed it. I really do believe that a lot of the teachers, they just pushed me right along, you know, Cause I don't understand how I passed. I don't get it. Cause I showed and learned shit. I ain't learned nothing. My Spanish teacher wasn't even Spanish. What? And I was a cheater. I cheated. Comment, let us know. Were you a cheater in high school or in college? Did you cheat on tests? Let us know. Press 1 if you are a cheater. Press 5 if you are never a cheater. And I was a cheater, you guys. I was a cheater. I made friends with smart people on purpose to cheat on their tests. So that makes me a user too. I was a user and a cheater. Yes, I was. I will have friends sitting next to me, and I have them, kind of tilt their paper so I can see what it was. Hell yeah. Shit. Child. I remember I fell out with one friend because the day of the test, she gonna be acting funny towards me, talking about some, nah, you ain't cheating on my test. Girl, I'm about to fail this class. Why would you do me like that? You supposed to be my friend. Now she want to be all righteous. The fuck? When you become righteous, all of a sudden you don't want me to cheat off of you no more? Where they do that at? You could at least told me a couple of days before so I can find somebody else to cheat on. Okay? I guess they got tired of me getting good grades and I ain't do shit and I ain't learn shit. So my friend decided they gonna stop allowing me to cheat. Ooh, I was so mad. We fell out. Hell yeah. She almost caused me to fail, girl. I know it's myself and I gotta take accountability. But I was not about to take no damn accountability. When I'm used to you allowing me to cheat, Why stop now? But yeah, those was a good days. Okay. Now, what messed me up about cheating? One time the teacher gonna talk about they got different tests. So it was confusing, especially in Catholic schools, because when I was in Catholic school, they give out the test. Every person would have the same test, but the questions would be different order. Like you may have one person next to you, and my number one question would be on their third sheet. So it was it was scrambled. So it was really hard to cheat. But can I be honest with you? And when I was in Catholic school, I never cheated. Now, when I was in Catholic school, I was the only black person in my classroom. So I can't cheat. You know what I mean? They was looking at my ass to cheat. They was looking for this black motherfucker to cheat, right? So I could not cheat. But I did always go to summer school. My mom always put me in summer classes just so I can keep up with the kids because they was like real smart. So I had to, and my family, they always believe that black people have to apply themselves 3 times harder than white people when it comes to education. So that's what I did in Catholic school. So I can stay and competing with them because in that Catholic school I went to, if you were not with the class, they would kick you out, and they told me that if I can't keep up with the class, they would put me in a lower grade or I would have to, find a different school. So I had to keep up. So it was definitely competitive. We'd have spelling bees. And I never won a spelling bee. I think I won a spelling bee one time. But I always was like second and third place. And I was good. Shit. You know what I'm saying? But as soon as I went back to, when I went to a black school, all public black school, I stopped being competitive because it was all black and it was a public school. And then, just everything went down the drain when it comes to education. The police department listen. Okay, let me end this live because I'm talking about something else. What the hell is wrong with me? I apologize, y'all. I don't know how we get here. Okay, how did we get here? I'm gonna let y'all go because I'm not even talking about the damn topic. I'm off on something now. I don't have no bacon tonight, so I don't know what I'm gonna eat, but I'm hungry. I don't eat Waffle House. I could run a McDonald's. Ooh, I tell you, I went to Mickey Donald's the other day, and I asked for hot fries. But I did touch my fries, but damn, like they was complimenting me so much at the damn McDonald's. I wanted to complain, but I didn't complain because they were just giving me too many compliments. And I said, damn, I'm a sucker for damn compliments. Like, god damn, I wanted to complain and say, y'all, my fries not fresh and hot, but they were so nice. And just being all nice and mushy with me, I said, well, fuck it. Okay, I eat these damn fries. Okay. Now, you know what? I would eat IHOP, but the last time I went to a certain IHOP, the food wasn't busting. It wasn't good. So, no, I ain't going to do no damn IHOP. I need to go to the grocery store. I have not been in the grocery store in so long. Yes, I cook. I love cooking. The cooking is the best thing for me because it's always fresh and hot and it's right there and you know I'm going to eat. Okay? I eat down. I love cooking. It's nothing like cooking. All right, well, I'm going to get on out of here. I love y'all, and I'll see y'all in another video. DJ, please turn it up. I can't even. Oh, there you go.